Book 12, Chapter 3 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 12, Miss Tevkin, Chapter 3. Dinner at the Rigi Calm on a Saturday evening was not merely a meal. It was, in addition, or chiefly, a great social function and a gown contest. The band was playing as each matron or girl made her appearance in the vast dining room. The female boarders already seated would look her over with feverish interest, comparing her gown and diamonds with their own. It was as though it were especially for this parade of dresses and finery that the band was playing. As the women came trooping in, arrayed for the exhibition, some timid, others brazenly self-confident, they seemed to be marching in time to the music, like so many chorus girls tripping before a theater audience, or like a procession of model girls at a style display in a big department store. Many of the women strutted affectedly with refined mien. Indeed, I knew that most of them had a feeling as though wearing $150 dress was itself culture and education. Mrs. Kalch kept talking to me, now aloud, now in whispers. She was passing judgment on the gowns and incidentally initiating me into some of the innermost details of the gown race. It appeared that the women kept tab on one another's dresses. Shirt-waists, shoes, ribbons, pins, earrings. She pointed out two matrons who had never been seen twice in the same dress, waist or skirt, although they had lived in the hotel for more than 5 weeks. Of one woman she informed me that she could afford to wear a new gown every hour in the year, but that she was too big a slob to dress up and too lazy to undress even when she went to bed. Of another, that she would owe her grocer and butcher rather than go to the country with less than 10 big trunks full of duds. Of a third, that she was repeatedly threatening to leave the hotel because its bills of fare were typewritten, whereas for the money she paid she could go to a place with printed menu cards. "Must have been brought up on printed menu cards," one of the other women at our table commented with a laugh. "That's right," Mrs. Kalch assented, appreciatively. I could not say whether her father was a horse driver or a stoker in a bathhouse, but I do know that her husband kept a coal and ice cellar a few years ago. "That'll do," her bewhiskered husband snarled. "It's about time you gave your tongue a rest." Auntie Yetta's golden teeth glittered good-humoredly. The next instant she called my attention to a woman who, driven to despair by the superiority of her bosom friend's gowns, had gone to the city for a fortnight, ostensibly to look for a new flat, but in reality to replenish her wardrobe. She had just returned on the big husband train, and now her bosom friend won't be able to eat or sleep trying to guess what kind of dresses she brought back. Nor was this the only kind of gossip upon which Mrs. Kalch regaled me. She told me, for example, of some sensational discoveries made by several boarders regarding a certain mother of 5 children, of her sister, who was not a bit better, and of a couple who were supposed to be man and wife, but who seemed to be somebody else's man and somebody else's wife. At last Miss Tevkin and Miss Siegel entered the dining room. Something like a thrill passed through me. I felt like exclaiming, "At last!" "That's the one I met you with, isn't it? Not bad looking," said Mrs. Kalch. "Which do you mean?" "Which do you mean?" The tall one, of course, the one you were so sweet on, not the dwarf with the horse face." "They're fine, educated girls, both of them," I rejoined. "Both of them, as if it was all the same to you." At this she bent over and gave me a glare and a smile that brought the color to my face. "The tall one is certainly not bad looking, but we don't call that pretty in this place." "Are there many prettier ones?" I asked gaily. "I haven't counted them, but I can show you some girls who shine like the sun. There is one," she said, pointing at a girl on the other side of the aisle. "A regular princess, don't you think so?" "She's a pretty girl, all right," I replied, "but in comparison with that tall one, she's like a nice piece of cotton goods alongside of a piece of imported silk. Look at him. He's stuck on her. Does she know it? If she does not, I'll tell her and collect a marriage broker's commission." I loathed myself for having talked too much. "I was joking, of course." I tried to mend matters. "All girls are pretty." Luckily, Mrs. Kalch's attention was at this point diverted by the arrival of the waiter with a huge platter laden with roast chicken, which he placed in the middle of the table. There ensued a silent race for the best portions. One of the other two women at the table was the first to obtain possession of the platter. Taking her time about it, she first made a careful examination of its contents and then attacked what she evidently considered a choice piece. By way of calling my attention to the proceeding, Auntie Yetta stepped on my foot under the table and gave me a knowing glance. The noise in the dining room was unendurable. It seemed as though everybody was talking at the top of his voice. The musicians, a pianist, and two violinists found it difficult to make themselves heard. They were pounding and sawing frantically in a vain effort to beat the bedlam of conversation and laughter. It was quite touching. The better to take in the effect of the turmoil, I shut my eyes for a moment, whereupon the noise reminded me of the stock exchange. The conductor, who played the first violin, was a fiery little fellow with a high crown of black hair. He was working every muscle and nerve in his body. He played selections from Ada, the favorite opera of the ghetto. He played the popular American songs of the day. He played celebrated hits of the Yiddish stage, all to no purpose. Finally, he had recourse to what was apparently his last resort. He struck up the Star-Spangled Banner. The effect was overwhelming. The few hundred diners rose like one man, applauding. The children and many of the adults caught up the tune joyously, passionately. It was an interesting scene. Men and women were offering thanksgiving to the flag under which they were eating this good dinner, wearing these expensive clothes. There was the jingle of newly acquired dollars in our applause. But there was something else in it as well. Many of those who were now paying tribute to the Stars and Stripes were listening to the tune with grave, solemn mien. It was as if they were saying, "We are not persecuted under this flag. At last we have found a home." Love for America blazed up in my soul. I shouted to the musicians, "My country!" and the cry spread like wildfire. The musicians obeyed, and we all sang the anthem from the bottom of our souls. End of chapter 3. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Somerville, South Carolina. Book 12, Chapter 4 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 12, Miss Tevkin, Chapter 4. I was in the lobby, chatting with the clerk across his counter and casting glances at the dining room door. Miss Tevkin had not yet finished her meal, and I was watching for her to appear. Presently she did, toying with Miss Siegel's hand. "Feeling better now?" I asked, stepping up to meet them. "I hope you enjoyed your dinner." "Oh, we were so hungry. I don't think we knew what we were eating," Miss Tevkin returned politely. "Going to take the air on the veranda?" "Why, no. We are going out for a walk," she answered in a tone that said as clearly as words that my company was not wanted. And, nodding with exaggerated amiability, they passed out. The blood rushed to my face as though she had slapped it. I stood petrified. "It's all because of Mrs. Kalch's tongue, confound her," I thought. "Tomorrow I shall be in Tannersville, and this trifling incident will be forgotten." But at this I became aware that I did not care to go to Tannersville, and that the prospect of seeing Fanny had lost its attraction for me. I went back to the counter and attempted to resume my conversation with the clerk, but he was a handsome fellow, which was one of his chief qualifications for the place, and so I soon found myself in the midst of a bevy of girls and married women. However, they all seemed to know that I was a desirable match, and they gradually transferred their attentions to me, the girls in their own interests, and the older matrons in those of their marriageable daughters. Their crude amenities sickened me. One middle-aged woman tried to monopolize me by a confidential talk concerning the social inferiority of the Catskills. "The food is good here," she said in English. "There's no kick coming on that score. But my daughter says with her dresses she could go to any hotel in Atlantic City, and she's right, too. I don't care what you say." I fled as soon as I could. I went to look for a seat on the spacious veranda. I said to myself that Miss Tevkin and Miss Siegel must have had an appointment with someone else, and that I had no cause for feeling slighted by them. I felt reassured, but I was lonely. I was yearning for some congenial company, and blamed fate for having allowed Miss Tevkin to make another engagement, if she had. The veranda was crowded and almost as noisy as the dining room had been. There was a hubbub of broken English, the gibberish being mostly spoken with self-confidence and ease. Indeed, many of these people had some difficulty in speaking their native tongue. Bad English replete with literal translations from untranslatable Yiddish idioms had become their natural speech. The younger parents, however, more susceptible of the influence of their children, spoke purer English. It was a dark night, but the sky was full of stars, full of golden mystery. The mountains rose black, vast, disquieting. A tumultuous choir of invisible katydids was reciting an interminable poem on an unpoetic subject that had something to do with Miss Tevkin. The air was even richer in aroma than it had been in the morning, but its breath seemed to be part of the uncanny stridulation of the katydids. The windows of the dancing pavilion beyond the level part of the lawn gleamed like so many sheets of yellow fire. Presently its door flew open, sending a slanting shaft of light over the grass. I found a chair on the veranda, but I was restless, and the chatter of two women in front of me grated on my nerves. I wondered where Miss Tevkin and her companion were at this minute. I was saying to myself that I would never come near them again, that I was going to see Fanny, but I did not cease wondering where they were. The two women in front of me were discussing the relative virtues and faults of little boys and little girls. They agreed that a boy was a big loafer and a great source of trouble, and that a little girl was more obedient and clinging. It appeared that one of these two mothers had a boy and two girls, and that, contrary to her own wish, he was her great pet, although he was not the baby. "I am just crazy for him," she said plaintively. She boasted of his baseball record, whereupon she used the slang of the game with so much authority that it became entertaining. But by a curious association of ideas, she turned the conversation to the subject of a family who owed the hotel keeper their last summer's board and who had been accepted this time in the hope that they would pay their old debt as well as their new bills. Two men to the right of me were complaining of the unions and the walking delegates, of traveling salesmen, of buyers. Then they took up the subject of charity, whereupon one of them enlarged on scientific philanthropy, apparently for the sheer lust of hearing himself use the term. I recalled that one of the things I was booked to do in Tannersville was to attend a charity meeting of East Side businessmen, of which Kaplan was one of the organizers. 2 subscriptions were to be started, one for a home for aged immigrants and one for the victims of the anti-Jewish riots in Russia, and I was expected to contribute sums large enough to do credit to my prospective father-in-law. The multitudinous jabber was suddenly interrupted by the sound of scampering feet, accompanied by merry shrieks. A young girl burst from the vestibule door, closely followed by 3 young men. She was about 18 years old, well fed, of a ravishing strawberries and cream complexion, her low-cut evening gown leaving her plump arms and a good deal of her bust exposed. One of the rocking chairs on the porch impeding her way, she was seized by her pursuers, apparently a willing victim, and held prisoner. 2 of her captors gripped her bare arms, while the third clutched her by the neck. Thus they stood, the men stroking and kneading her luscious flesh, and she beaming, giggling rapturously. Then one of the men gathered her to him with one arm, pressing his cheek against hers. "She's my wife," he jested. "We are married. Let's go, boys." "I'll sue you for alimony then," piped the girl. Finally they released her, and the next minute I saw them walking across the lawn in the direction of the dancing pavilion. The man who had talked scientific philanthropy spat in disgust. "Shame," he said. "Decent young people wouldn't behave like that in Russia, would they?" "Indeed they wouldn't," his interlocutor assented vehemently. "People over there haven't yet forgotten what decency is." "Oh, well, it was only a joke," said a woman. "A nice joke, that," retorted the man who had dwelt on scientific charity. "What would you have? Would you want American-born young people to be a lot of greenhorns? This is not Russia. They are Americans and they are young, so they want to have some fun. They are just as respectable as the boys and the girls in the old country, only there is some life to them, that's all." Young people were moving along the flagged walk or crossing the lawn from various directions, all converging toward the pavilion. They walked singly, in twos, in threes, and in larger groups, some trudging along leisurely, others proceeding at a hurried pace. Some came from our hotel, others from other places, the strangers mostly in flocks. I watched them as they sauntered or scurried along, as they receded through the thickening gloom, as they emerged from it into the slanting shaft of light that fell from the pavilion, and as they vanished in its blazing doorway. I gazed at the spectacle until it fascinated me as something weird. The pavilion, with its brightly illuminated windows, was an immense magic lamp, and the young people flocking to it so many huge moths of a supernatural species. As I saw them disappear in the glare of the doorway, I pictured them as being burned up. I was tempted to join the unearthly procession and to be burned like the others. Then, discarding the image, I visioned men and women of ordinary flesh and blood dancing, and I was seized with a desire to see the sexes in mutual embrace. But I exhorted myself that I was soon to be a married man, and that it was as well to keep out of temptation's way. Presently I saw Miss Tevkin crossing the lawn, headed for the pavilion. She was one of a bevy of girls and men. I watched her get nearer and nearer to that shaft of light. When she was finally swallowed up by the pavilion, the lawn disappeared from my consciousness. My thoughts were in the dance hall, and a few minutes later I was there in the flesh. It was a vast room, and it was crowded. It was some time before I located Miss Tevkin. The chaotic throng of dancers was a welter of color and outline so superb, I thought, that it seemed as though every face and figure in it were the consummation of youthful beauty. However, as I contemplated the individual couples, in quest of the girl who filled my thoughts, I met with disillusion after disillusion. Then, after recovering from a sense of watching a parade of uncomeliness, I began to discover figures or faces, or both, that were decidedly charming, while here and there I came upon a young woman of singular beauty. The number of good-looking women or women with expressive faces was remarkably large. In fact, as I scanned the crowd for the third time, it seemed to me that the homely women looked cleverer than the pretty ones. Many of the girls or matrons were dressed far more daringly than they would have been a year or two before. Almost all of them were powdered and painted. Prosperity was rapidly breaking the chains of American Puritanism, rapidly Frenchifying the country, and the East Side was quick to fall into line. The band was again playing with might and main. The vehement little conductor was again exerting every nerve and muscle. His bow, which was also his baton, was pouring vim and sex mystery into the dancers. As I looked at him, it seemed to me as though the music, the thunderous clatter of feet, and the hum of voices all came from the fiery rhythm of his arm. Finally, I discovered Miss Tevkin. She was dancing with a sallow-faced, homely, scholarly-looking fellow. The rhythmic motion of her tall, stately frame, as it floated and swayed through the dazzling light, brought a sob to my throat. When the waltz was over and her cavalier was taking her to a seat, I caught her eye. I nodded and smiled to her. She returned the greeting, but immediately averted her face. Again I felt as if she had slapped my cheek. Was I repugnant to her? I thought of my victory over the acrimonious photographer at the railroad station. Had I not won her favor there? And it came over me that even on that occasion she had showed me but scant cordiality. Was it all because of Auntie Yetta's idiotic jest? She beckoned to Miss Siegel, who was on the other side of the hall, and presently she was joined by her and by some other young people. She danced indefatigably, now with this man, now with that, but always of the same set. I watched her. Sometimes, as she waltzed, she talked and laughed brokenly, exchanging jokes with her partner or with some other dancing couple. Sometimes she looked solemnly absorbed, as though dancing were a sacred function. I wondered whether she was interested in any one of these fellows in particular. I could see that it gave her special pleasure to waltz with that sallow-faced man, that he was the best dancer in her group, and so homely that I discarded the theory of her caring for him otherwise than as a waltzing partner as absurd. Nor did she seem to be particularly interested in anybody else on the floor. As I scrutinized the men of her set, I said to myself, they seem to be school teachers or writers or beginning physicians, perhaps. They probably make less than 1/3 of what I pay Bender. Yet they freely talk and joke with her, while I cannot even get near her. Miss Lazar, half naked, had been dancing with various partners, most of all with a freckled lad of 16 or 17 who looked as though he were panting to kiss her. She and I had exchanged smiles and pleasantry, but in her semi-nudity she was far less prepossessing than she had been in the afternoon, and I had an uncontrollable desire to announce it to her or to hurt her in some other way. Finally, seeing a vacant seat by my side, she abruptly broke away from the freckled youth and took it. "You'll have to excuse me, Ben," she said. "I'm tired." Ben looked the picture of despair. "Don't cry, Ben. Go out and take a walk or dance with some other girl." "Is this your catch after many days of fishing?" I asked. "Nope. I'm angling for bigger fish. He's just Ben, a college boy. He has fallen in love with me this evening. When I dance with somebody else, he gets awful jealous." She laughed. "He's a manly-looking boy for all his freckles." "He is. But how would you like a little girl to fall in love with you?" I made no answer. "Why don't you dance?" she asked. "Not in my line. Why?" "Oh, I never cared to learn it," I answered, impatiently. "Come, I'll show you how. It's very simple." "Too old for that kind of thing." "Too old? How old are you?" "That's an indiscreet question. Would you tell me your age?" "Indeed I would. Why not?" she said with sportive defiance. "Only you wouldn't believe me." "Why wouldn't I? Do you look much older?" "Oh, you cruel thing. I'm just 23 years and 4 months today." "There," she said with embarrassed gaiety. "A sort of birthday, isn't it? I congratulate you." "Thank you." "You're welcome." A pause. "So you won't tell me how old you are, will you?" she resumed. "What do you want to know it for? Are you in the life insurance business?" Another pause. "Look at that girl over there," she said, trying to make conversation. "She's showing off her slender figure. She thinks she looks awful American." "You do have a sharp tongue." "But you remember what Mrs. Kalch said. A sharp tongue, but a kind heart." The band struck up a two-step. Ben was coming over to her, his freckled face the image of supplication. She shut her eyes and shook her head, and the boy stopped short, his jaw dropping as he did so. "Don't be hard on the poor boy," I pleaded. "That's none of your business. I want you to dance with me. Come on, I'll teach you." I shut my eyes and shook my head, precisely as she had done to Ben. She burst into a laugh. "Ain't you tired of being a wallflower?" "I love it." "Do you really? Or maybe you want to watch somebody." "I want to watch everybody," I replied, coloring the least bit. "When you were dancing I watched you, and I thought, well, I won't tell you what I thought." A splash of color overspread her face. "Go ahead. Speak out," she said with a sick smile. I took pity on her. "I'm joking, of course, but I do like to watch people when they dance," I said earnestly. They do it in so many different ways, don't you know?" I proceeded to point out couple after couple, commenting upon their peculiar manner and the special expression of their faces. One man was seemingly about to hurl his partner at somebody. Another man was eyeing other women over the shoulder of the one with whom he danced, apparently his wife. One woman was clinging to her partner with all her might, while her half-shut eyes and half-opened mouth seemed to say, "My, isn't it sweet?" Miss Lazar greeted my observations with bursts of merry approval. Encouraged by this, and full of mischief and malice, I made her watch a man with tapering white side whiskers and watery eyes who was staring at the bare bust of a fat woman. "You had better look out, for his watery eyes will soon be on you." Miss Lazar lowered her head and burst into a confused giggle. "You're a holy terror," she declared. I was tempted to take her out into the night and hug and kiss her and tell her that she was a nuisance, but the fear of a breach of promise suit held me in leash. I rose to go. As I picked my way through the crowd, I watched Miss Tevkin, who sat between Miss Siegel and one of their cavaliers. Our eyes met, but she hastened to look away. "She has certainly made up her mind to shun me," I thought wretchedly. "She knows I am worth about $1 million, and yet she does not want to have anything to do with me. Must be a socialist. The idea of a typewriter girl cutting me. Pooh! I could get a prettier girl than she, and one well educated, too, if I only cared for that kind of a thing in a wife. Let her stick to her beggarly crowd." It all seemed so ridiculous. I was baffled, perplexed, full of contempt and misery at once. Perhaps she is engaged, after all, I comforted myself, feeling that there was anything but comfort in the reflection. I was burning to have an explanation with her, to remove any bad impression I might have made upon her. An asphalt walk in front of the pavilion and the adjoining section of the lawn were astir with boarders. A tall woman of 30, of excellent figure and all but naked, passed along like a flame, the men frankly gloating over her flesh. "Wait a minute! What's your hurry?" a young stallion shouted, running after her hungrily. In another spot on the lawn I saw a young man in evening dress chaffing a bare-shouldered girl who looked no more than 15. "What? Sweet 16 and not yet kissed?" he said to her aloud. "Go on. I don't believe it. Anyhow, I'd like to be the fellow who's going to get you." "Would you? I'll tell your wife about it," the little girl replied, with the good humor of a woman of 40. "Never mind my wife, but how about the fellow who is going to marry you?" "I'd like to see him myself. I hope he ain't going to be some boob." The air was redolent of grass, flowers, ozone, and sex. All this was flavored with Miss Tevkin's antipathy for me. End of chapter 4. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Somerville, South Carolina. Book 12, chapters 5 and 6 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN, Book 12, Miss Tevkin, Chapter 5. The next morning I awoke utterly out of sorts. That I was going to take the first train for Tannersville seemed to be a matter of course, and yet I knew that I was not going to take that train, nor any other that day. I dressed myself and went out for a walk up the road some distance beyond the grove. The sun was out, but it had rained all night, and the sandy road was damp, solid, and smooth, like baked clay. It was half an hour before breakfast time when I returned to my cottage across the road from the hotel. As I was about to take a chair on the tiny porch, I perceived the sunlit figure of Miss Tevkin in the distance. She wore a large sailor hat, and I thought it greatly enhanced the effect of her tall figure. She was making her way over a shaky little bridge. Then, reaching the road, she turned into it. I remained standing like one transfixed. The distance gave her new fascination. Every little while she would pause to look up through something that glittered in the sunshine, apparently an opera glass. I had never heard that opera glasses were used for observing birds, but this was evidently what she was doing at this moment, and the proceeding quickened my sense not only of her intellectual refinement, but also of her social distinction. Presently she turned into a byway, passed the grove, and was lost to view. I seated myself, my eye on the spot where I had seen her disappear. Somebody greeted me from the hotel lawn. I returned the salutation mechanically and went on gazing at that spot. I knew that I was making a fool of myself, but I could not help it. My willpower was gone, as it might from the effect of some drug. When she reappeared at last and I saw her coming back, I crossed over to the hotel veranda so as to be near her when she should arrive. I found several of the boarders there, including the lawyer, the photographer, and a jewelry merchant of my acquaintance. We all watched her coming. At one moment, as she leveled her opera glass at a bird, the lawyer said, "Studying birds. She's a great girl for studying, she is." "Studying nothing," the photographer jeered. "It's simply becoming to her. It's effective, don't you know?" The lawyer smiled sagely, as if what Mendelssohn said was precisely what he himself had meant to intimate. I was inclined to think that Mendelssohn was right, but this did not detract from the force that drew me to Miss Tevkin. When she reached the veranda, the lawyer gallantly offered her a chair, but she declined it pleasantly and went indoors. Her high heels had left deep, deer-cut imprints in a small patch of damp, sandy ground near the veranda. This physical trace of her person fascinated me. It was a trace of stern hostility, yet I could not keep my eye away from it. I gazed and gazed at those footprints of hers till I seemed to be growing stupid and dizzy. "Am I losing my head?" I said to myself. "Am I obsessed? Why, I saw her yesterday for the first time and I have scarcely spoken to her. What the devil is the matter with me?" After breakfast we returned to the veranda. The jewelry dealer and the lawyer bored me unmercifully. Finally, I was saved from them by the arrival of the Sunday papers, but my reading was soon disturbed by the intrusions of a mother and her marriageable daughter. There was no escape. I had to lay down my paper and let them torture me. There was a striking family resemblance between the two, yet the daughter was as homely as the mother was pretty. "She isn't as prepossessing as her ma, of course," the older woman seemed to be saying to me, "but she's charming all the same, isn't she?" Miss Lazar was watching me at a respectful distance. Mrs. Couch was deep in a game of pinochle in a small ground-floor room that gave out on the veranda. The window was open and I could hear Mrs. Couch's voice. She seemed to have been losing. The little room, by the way, was used both as a synagogue and a gambling room. In the mornings before breakfast it was filled with old men in praying shawls and phylacteries, while the rest of the day until late at night it was in the possession of card players. I wanted to wire Bender to send a message to Fanny in my name, stating that I had been unavoidably detained in the city, but I lacked the energy to do so. I had not even the energy to extricate myself from the attentions of the pretty mother of the homely girl. That charity meeting bothered me more than anything else. One was apt to impute my absence to meanness. I pictured Kaplan's disappointment, and I felt like going to Tannersville for his sake, if for no other reason. The next best thing would have been to have Bender wire my contribution to each of the two funds. But I did not stir. The hotel keeper came out to remind me of my train. "Thank you," I said with a smile, "but the weather is too confoundedly good. I'm too lazy to leave your place, Rivesman. You must have ordered this weather on purpose to detain me." I was hoping, of course, that my presence in this hotel would be unknown to the Kaplans for some time at least. Soon, however, something happened which made it inevitable that they should hear of it that very evening. On Sundays, the Jewish summer hotels are usually visited by committees of various philanthropic institutions who go from place to place making speeches and collecting donations. One such committee appeared in the dining room of the Rigi Kulm at the dinner hour, which on Sundays was between 1 and 3. It represented a day nursery, an establishment where the children of the East Side poor are taken care of while their mothers are at work, and it consisted of 2 men, one of whom was an eloquent young rabbi. As the ecclesiastic took his stand near the piano and began his appeal, my heart sank within me. I had once met him at Kaplan's house, where he was a frequent visitor, and had given him a check. It goes without saying that I had to give him a contribution now and to talk to him. At this I learned, to my consternation, that he was going to Tannersville that very afternoon. "Shall I convey your regards?" he asked. "Very kind of you," I answered, and I added in an undertone, out of Mrs. Kalch's hearing, "Please tell Mr. Kaplan I'm here on an important matter and that I have been detained longer than I expected." When he had gone over to the next table, I said to myself, "I don't care. Come what may." In the evening, as the crowd swarmed out of the dining room, it was greeted by a gorgeous sunset. Everybody appreciated its beauty, but Miss Tevkin and Miss Siegel went into ecstasies over it, with something of the specialist in their exclamations. As for me, it was the first rich sunset I had seen since I crossed the ocean, and then I had scarcely known what it was. The play of color and light in the sky was a revelation to me. The edge of the sun, a vivid red, was peeping out of a gray patch of cloud that looked like a sack, the sack hanging with its mouth downward and the red disk slowly emerging from it. Spread directly underneath was a pool of molten gold into which the sun was seemingly about to drop. As the disk continued to glide out of the bag, it gradually grew into a huge fiery ball of magnificent crimson, suffusing the valley with divine light. At the moment when it was just going to plunge into the golden pool, the pool vanished. The crimson ball kept sinking until it was buried in a region of darkness. When the last fiery speck of it disappeared, the sky broke into an evensong of color, so solemn, so pensive, that my wretched mood interpreted it as a visible dirge for the dead sun. Rose lapsed into purple, purple merged into blue, the blue bordering on a field of hammered gold that was changing shape and hue, all of which was eloquent of sadness. It seemed as though the heavens were in an ecstasy of grief, and everybody about me were about to break into tears. Some of the old women gasped, "How nice! Isn't it lovely?" said several girls. "Isn't that glorious?" said Miss Tevkin. "It's one of the most exquisite sunsets I have seen in a long time." And she referred to certain effects, apparently in the work of a well-known landscape painter, which I did not understand. I discovered a note of consciousness in her rapture, something like a patronizing approval of the sky by one who looked at it with a professional eye. Nevertheless, I felt that my poor soul was cringing before her. An epigram occurred to me, something about the discrepancy between the spiritual quality of the sunset and the after-supper satisfaction of the onlookers. I essayed to express it, but was so embarrassed that I made a muddle of my English. Miss Tevkin took no notice of the remark. The sunset was transformed into 1,000 lumps of pearl, here and there edged with flame. In some places the pearl thinned away, dissolving into the color of the sky, while the outline of the lump remained, a map of glowing tracery on a ground of the subtlest blue. Drifts of gold were gleaming, blazing, going out. A vast heap of silver caught fire. The outlined map disappeared, its place being taken by a raised one, with continents, islands, mountains, and seas of ravishing azure. What was the power behind this sublime spectacle? Where did it come from? What did it all mean? I visioned a chorus of angels. My heart was full of God, full of that stately girl, full of misery. If I only got a chance to have a decent talk with her, I said to myself again and again. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. It was Monday afternoon. The weekend boarders and many others had left, and I was still idling my precious time away on the big veranda, listening to the gossip of women who bored me and trying to keep track of a girl who shunned me. My establishment in New York was feverishly busy, and my presence was urgently needed there. It was more than probable that Bender had wired to Tannersville to call me home. The situation was extremely awkward. Moreover, I was beginning to feel uneasy about certain payments that required my personal attendance. It was a quiet, pleasant afternoon. The boarders were scattered over the various parts of the hotel and its surroundings. 24 of them, forming 2 coach parties, had gone to see some celebrated Catskill views, one to the old mountain house and the other to East Wyndham. Some were in the village. Miss Tevkin, wearing her immense straw hat and with her opera glass in her hand, was looking at birds in the vicinity of the hotel. Thus rambling about leisurely, she sauntered over to the main road near the grove. A few minutes later she turned into the same path where I had watched her disappear on the morning of the day before. And once more I saw her vanish there. I went out for a walk in the opposite direction. Soon, however, I turned back, strolling with studied aimlessness towards that spot. What was my purpose? At first I did not know, but by little and little, as I moved along, an idea took shape in my brain. If I met her alone, I might force her to listen to me and let her see the stuff I was made of. I lacked courage, however. While I was priming myself for the coup, I wished that it would be postponed. I dawdled. There were swarms of strange insects on the road, creatures I had never seen before. At first I thought they were grasshoppers, but they were gray and had wings. Every now and then I would pause to watch them leap, or were they flying? And drop to the ground again, becoming part of the dusty road. I followed them with genuine interest, yet all the time I kept working on the speech that I was going to deliver to Miss Tevkin. I was lingering at a spot a few yards from the grove on the opposite side of the main road when suddenly twilight fell over half of the valley. I raised my eyes. Behold, an inky cloud was crawling over the mountains, growing in size as it advanced. A flash of lightning snapped across the heavens. It was as though the sky screened a world of dazzling glory into which a glimpse had now been offered by a momentary crack in the screen. The flash was followed by a devout peal of thunder, as if a giant whose abode was in those dark clouds broke into a murmur of glorification at sight of the splendors above the sky. The trees shuddered, awe-stricken. I went under cover. A farmer was chasing a cow. As my eyes turned toward the grove, they fell on Miss Tevkin, who was standing at the farther end of it, under its leafy roof, facing the main road. My heart beat fast. I dared not stir. A shower broke loose, a great torrential downpour. It came in sheets, with an impetuous though genial clatter. It seemed as though the valley was swiftly filling with water, and in less than an hour's time it would reach the tops of the trees. I thought of Noah's flood. I could almost see his dove winging her way over the waters. The storm had been in progress but 7 or 8 minutes when it came to an end. The sky broke into a smile again, as if it had all been a joke. Miss Tevkin left the shelter of the trees and set out in the direction of the hotel. I do not know whether she was aware of my proximity. It was clearing beautifully when a new cloud gathered. This time a great, stern force, violent, vengeful, came into play. A lash of fire smote the firmament with frantic suddenness, shattering it into a myriad of blinding sparks, yet leaving it uninjured. There was a pause, and then came a ferocious crash. The universe was falling to pieces. Then somebody seemed to be tearing an inner heaven of metal as one tears a sheet of linen. This released a torrent that descended with the roar of Niagara, as though the metal vault that had just been rent asunder had been its prison. Miss Tevkin ran back to cover. The torrent slackened, settling down to a steady rain, spirited, zealous, amicable again. In a turmoil of agitation, I crossed over to her. Instead, however, of beginning at the beginning of my well-prepared little speech, I blurted out something else. "You can't run away from me now," I said with timid flippancy. "Please leave me alone," she besought, turning away. I was literally stunned. Instead of trying to say what I had in my mind and to force her to listen, I slunk away in the rain like a beaten dog. The shock seemed to have a sobering effect on me. I suddenly realized the imbecility of the part I had been playing, even the humor of it. The first thing I did upon reaching the hotel was to ask the clerk about the next train, not to Tannersville, but direct to New York. Going to see Fanny was out of the question now. There was a late train connecting with a Hudson River boat, and I took it. End of chapter 6. Book 12, Chapter 7 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by CAHAN. Book 12, Miss Tevkin. Chapter 7. When I got home and my business reasserted its multitudinous demands on my attention, the Catskill incident seemed to be fading into the character of a passing summer resort episode. but I was mistaken. The pang it left in my heart persisted. A fortnight after my return to the city, I forced myself to take a trip to Tannersville. Fanny came to meet me at the train. As we kissed, it was borne in upon me that I was irretrievably estranged from her. I tried to play my part, with poor success. "Are you worried, Dave? What's the matter with you?" Fanny demanded again and again. Her "What's the matter with you?" jarred on me. I offered her sundry excuses, but I did not even take pains to make them ring true. Finally she had a cry and I kissed her tears away. While doing so I worked myself into a mild fit of love. But my lips had scarcely released hers when it was again clear to me that she was not going to be my wife. Our engagement was broken shortly after the family came back to the city. That burden lifted, it seemed as though the memory of my unfortunate acquaintance with Miss Tevkin had suddenly grown in clarity and painful acuteness. Our rush season had passed, but we were busy preparing for our removal to new quarters on Fifth Avenue near 23rd Street. That locality had already become the center of the cloak and suit trade, being built up with new skyscrapers full of up-to-date cloak factories, dress factories, and ladies' waist factories. The sight of the celebrated avenue swarming with Jewish mechanics out for their lunch hour or going home after a day's work was already a daily spectacle. The new aspect of that section of the proud thoroughfare marked the advent of the Russian Jew as the head of one of the largest industries in the United States. Also, it meant that as master of that industry, he had made good, for in his hands it had increased 100-fold, garments that had formerly reached only the few having been placed within the reach of the masses. Foreigners ourselves, and mostly unable to speak English, we had Americanized the system of providing clothes for the American woman of moderate or humble means. The ingenuity and unyielding tenacity of our managers, foremen, and operatives had introduced 1,001 devices for making by machine garments that used to be considered possible only as the product of handwork. This, added to a vastly increased division of labor, the invention, at our instance, of all sorts of machinery for the manufacture of trimmings, and the enormous scale upon which production was carried on by us, had the effect of cheapening the better class of garments prodigiously. We had done away with the prohibitive prices and greatly improved the popular taste. Indeed, the Russian Jew had made the average American girl a tailor-made girl. When I learned the trade, a cloak made of the cheapest satinette cost $18. Today, nobody would wear it. One can now buy a whole suit made of all wool material and silk-lined for $15. What I have said of cloaks and suits applies also to skirts and dresses, the production of which is a branch of our trade. It was the Russian Jew who had introduced the factory-made gown, constantly perfecting it and reducing the cost of its production. The ready-made silk dress which the American woman of small means now buys for a few dollars is of the very latest style and as tasteful in its lines, color scheme, and trimming as a high-class designer can make it. A $10 gown is copied from a $100 model. Whereupon our gifted dress designers are indefatigably at work on the problem of providing a good fit for almost any figure, with as little alteration as possible, and the results achieved in this direction are truly phenomenal. Nor is it mere apish copying. We make it our business to know how the American woman wants to look what sort of lines she would like her figure to have. Many a time when I saw a well-dressed American woman in the street, I followed her for blocks, scanning the makeup of her cloak, jacket, or suit. I never wearied of studying the trend of the American woman's taste. The subject had become a veritable idée fixe with me. The average American woman is the best dressed average woman in the world, and the Russian Jew has had a good deal to do with making her one. My Fifth Avenue establishment occupied 4 vast floors, the rent being $38,000 a year. The office floor, which was elaborately furnished, had an immense waiting room with gold letters on doors of dull glass, bearing the legends General Offices, Showrooms, Private Offices, Salesmen, Please show samples of merchandise between 9 and 12 a.m., and Information. The private office door led to a secluded little kingdom with the inscription David Levinsky on one of its several doors. Another door leading from my private office to the showrooms. I employed a large staff of trained bookkeepers, stenographers, clerks, and cloak models. These models were all American girls of Anglo-Saxon origin, since a young woman of other stock is not likely to be built on American lines, with the exception of Scandinavian and Irish girls who have the American figure. But the figure alone was not enough, I thought. In selecting my model girls, I preferred a good-looking face and good manners and, if possible, good grammar. Experience had taught me that refinement in a model was helpful in making a sale, even in the case of the least refined of customers. Indeed, often it is even more effectual than a tempting complexion. My new place was the talk of the trade. Friends came to look it over. I received numerous letters of congratulation from millmen, bankers, retail merchants, buyers, private friends. My range of acquaintance was very wide. In hundreds of American cities and towns there were business people with whom my firm was in correspondence or whom I knew personally, who called me Dave and whom I called Jim, Jack, or Ned. So many of these people, having received my circular describing my new place, sent their felicitations. Some of these letters were inspired by genuine admiration for my enterprise and energy. All of them had genuine admiration for my success. Success, success, success. It was the almighty goddess of the hour. Thousands of new fortunes were advertising her gaudy splendors. Newspapers, magazines, and public speeches were full of her glory, and he who found favor in her eyes found favor in the eyes of man. Nodelman scarcely ever left my place during the first 3 days. He would show visitors over the 4 floors with a charming pride, like that of a mother. Among the things he exhibited was the stub book of my first check account, a photograph of the rickety house where I had had my first shop, and letters of congratulations from some well-known financiers. Bender, with a big, shining bald disc on his head, slender and spruce as ever, was fussing around with the gruff air of an unappreciated genius, while Loeb, also bald-headed, but fat and beaming, was telling everybody about the scraps he and I used to have on the road when he was a star drummer and I a struggling beginner. One of the men who came to congratulate me at my magnificent new place on Fifth Avenue was the kindly American commission merchant who had been the first to grant me credit when I was badly in need of it. As I took him over my immense factory, splendid showrooms, and offices We recalled the days when it took a man of special generosity to treat a beginning manufacturer of my type as he had treated me. That was the time when woolen mills would even refuse to bother with a check of a Russian Jew. He had to bring cash. In the role of manufacturer he was regarded as a joke. By hard work, perseverance, thrift, and ingenuity, however, we had completely changed all that. By the time I moved to the Avenue, our beginners could get any amount of credit. The American merchants dealing in raw material had gradually realized our energy, ability, and responsibility, realized that we were a good risk, while we, on our part, had assimilated the ways of the advanced American businessman. Another man who came to see my new establishment was Eaton, the Philadelphia buyer who had given me my first lesson in table manners. He had a small but well-established business of his own now, and it was with my financial aid that he had founded it. Our friendship had never flagged. Sometimes I go to spend a day or two in his cozy little house in North Philadelphia, where I feel as much at home as I do in Bender's or Nodelman's house. I assigned one of my office men to the special duty of looking up and inviting Mr. Even, the kindly old man who had bought me my first American suit of clothes and paid for my first American bath. He came back with the report that Mr. Even had been dead for over 4 years. The news was a genuine shock to me. It was as though it had come from my birthplace and concerned the death of a half-forgotten relative. It stirred a swarm of memories. But, of course, impressions and moods of this kind do not last long. I received requests for donations from all sorts of East Side institutions, and I responded liberally. Mindels, the handsome doctor, made me contribute $2,500 to a prospective hotel in which he expected to be one of the leading spirits. There was dining and wining. I was being toasted, complimented, blessed. One of these dinners was given in my honor by my office employees, salesmen, designers, and foremen. Bender, who presided, told in an elaborate and high-flown oration of his experience as my school teacher, of our walks after school hours, and of our chance meeting a few years later. Loeb made a rough and ready speech, the gist of which was a joke on the bottle of milk which I had spilled while in the employ of Mannheimer Brothers and which had led to my becoming a manufacturer. His concluding words were, "There's at least one saying that has come true. I mean the saying, 'There's no use crying over spilled milk.' Mr. Levinsky, you certainly have no reason to cry over the milk you spilled at Mannheimer's, have you?" I had heard the witticism from him more than once before. So had some of the other men present. Nevertheless, he now delivered it with gusto, and it was received with a hearty roar of merriment, in which his own laughter was the loudest. Among the people who came to rejoice in my success were some whose appearance was an amusing surprise to me. One of these was Octavius, the violinist, who had nothing but contempt for me in the days when to go 24 hours without food was a usual experience with me. He had scarcely changed. He entered my office with bohemian self-importance. "Glad to see you, Levinsky. I was glad to hear of your rise in the world," he said somewhat pompously. "I can't complain either, though. However, our fields are so different." The implication was that while I had succeeded as a prosaic, pitiable cloak manufacturer, he had conquered the world by the magic of his violin and compositions. He never referred to olden times. Instead, he boasted of his successes, present and future. The upshot of the interview was that I sent a check to the treasurer of the Free Conservatory, of which Octavius was one of the founders. I was elated and happy, but there was a fly in the ointment of my happiness. The question, "Who are you living for?" reverberated through the 4 vast floors of my factory, and the image of Miss Tevkin visited me again and again, marring my festive mood. My sense of triumph often clashed with a feeling of self-pity and yearning. The rebuff I had received at her hands in the afternoon of that storm lay like a mosquito in my soul. End of chapter 7.
Book 13, Chapter 1 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 13, At Her Father's House. Chapter 1. I made it my business to visit a well-known Hebrew bookstore on Canal Street. I asked for Tevkin's work. It appeared that before he immigrated to America, he had published 3 small volumes of verse and prose, that they had once aroused much interest, but that they were now practically out of print. I tried 2 other stores, with the same result. I was referred to the Astor Library, whose Hebrew department was becoming one of the richest in the world. Sitting down in a public library to read a book seemed to be an undignified proceeding for a manufacturer to engage in, but my curiosity was beyond considerations of this sort. When I thought of Miss Tevkin, I beheld the image of those 3 books, the only things related to her with which I was able to come in contact. Finally, on a Saturday afternoon, I found myself at one of the green tables of Astor Library. I was reading poetry written in the holy tongue, a language I had not used for more than 18 years. 2 of Tevkin's 3 little volumes were made up of poetry, while the third consisted of brief essays, prose, poems, meditations, and epigrams. I came across a meditation entitled "My Children," and took it up eagerly. It contained but 3 sentences. My children love me, yet my heart is hungry. They are mine, yet they are strangers. I am homesick for them, even when I clasp them to my bosom. The next meditation, on the same page, had the word "poetry" for its headline. The children of Israel have been pent up in cities, it ran. The stuffy synagogue has been filled and forced to them. But then, there is more beauty in a heaven visioned by a congregation of worshippers than in the bluest heaven sung by the minstrel of landscapes. They are not worshippers, they are poets. It is not God they are speaking to. It is a sublime image. It is not their creator. It is their poetic creation. Several of the poems were dedicated to Jairus, and of these, one of 2 stanzas seemed to contain a timid allusion to Tevkin's love for his daughter. Here it is in prosaic English. Saith Koheleth, the son of David, all the rivers run to the sea, yet the sea is not full. Ah, the rivers are flowing and flowing, yet they are full as ever. And my lips are speaking and speaking, yet my heart is full as ever. Behold, the brook is murmuring and murmuring, but I know not of what. My heart is yearning and yearning, and I know not of what. I cherish the murmur of the brook. I cherish the pang of my lonely heart. The following lines, which were also dedicated to Dr. Rachales, and which were entitled "Night," betray a similar mood, perhaps without distinctly referring to the poet's yearnings. Hush! The night is speaking. Each twinkle of a star is a word from the world beyond. It is the language of men who were once here, but are no more. 1,000 generations of departed souls are speaking to us in words of twinkling stars. I seem to be one of them. I hear my own ghost whispering to me. Alas! It says, alas! The 3 volumes were full of biblical quaintness, and my estrangement from the language only added to the bizarre effect of its terse grammatical construction. I read a number of the poems, and several of the things in the prose volume. His Hebrew is truly marvellous, and much of the strength and charm of his message is bound up in it. As I read his poetry or prose, I seemed to be listening to Jeremiah or Isaiah. The rhythm of his lines is not the only thing that is lost in my translation. There is a prehistoric vigour and a mystic beauty to them, which elude the English at my command. To be sure, every word I read in his 3 little volumes was tinged with the fact that the author was the father of the girl who had cast her spell over me. But then the thought that she had grown up in the house of the man who had written these lines intensified the glow of her nimbus. As I returned the books to the official in charge of the Hebrew department, I lingered to draw him into conversation. He was a well-known member of the East Side Boheme. I had heard of him as a man who spoke several languages and was amazingly well-read, a walking library of knowledge, not only of books, but also of men and things. Accordingly, I hoped to extract from him some information about Tevkin. He was a portly man, with a round, youthful face and a baby smile. He smiled far more than he spoke. He answered my questions, either by some laconic phrase or by leaving me for a minute, and then returning with some book, pamphlet, or newspaper clipping, in which he pointed out a passage that was supposed to contain a reply to my query. I had quite a long talk with him. Now and then we were interrupted by someone asking for or returning a book, but each time he was released he readily gave me his attention again. Speaking of Tevkin, I inquired, "Why doesn't he write some more of those things?" For an answer he withdrew and soon came back with several issues of The Pen, a Hebrew weekly published in New York, in which he showed me an article by Tevkin. "Have you read it?" I asked. He nodded and smiled. "Is it good?" "It isn't bad," he answered, with a smile. "Not as good as the things in those 3 volumes?" He smiled. "This kind of thing doesn't pay, does it?" "How does he make a living?" "I don't know." "I understand he has several grown children." "So they support the family?" "I suppose so." "I am not sure, though." "Can't a Hebrew writer make a living in New York?" He shook his head and smiled. The dailies of the Ghetto, the newspapers that can afford to pay, are published, not in the language of Isaiah and Job, but in Yiddish, the German dialect spoken by the Jewish masses of today. I asked the librarian whether Tevkin wrote for those papers, and he brought me several clippings containing some of Tevkin's Yiddish contributions. It appeared, however, that the articles he wrote in his living mother tongue lacked the spirit and the charm that distinguished his style when he used the language of the prophets. Altogether, Tevkin seemed to be accounted one of the has-beens of the Ghetto. One of the bits of information I squeezed out of the librarian was that Tevkin was a passionate frequenter of Yampolsky's Café, a well-known gathering place of the East Side Boheme. I had heard a good deal about the resort. I knew that many or most of its patrons were socialists or anarchists or some other kind of ists. After my experience at the Cooper Institute meeting, Yampolsky's Café seemed to be the last place in the world for me to visit. But I was drawn to it as a butterfly is to a flame, and finally the temptation got the better of me. End of Chapter 1. Recording by 5pack of edgstowlibraryblog.wordpress.com.
Book 13, Chapter 2 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN, Book 13, At Her Father's House, Chapter 2. The cafe was a spacious room of 6 corners and a lopsided general appearance. It was about 4 o'clock of an afternoon. I sat at the end of one of the tables, a glass of Russian tea before me. There were 2 other customers at that table, both poorly clad and, as it seemed to me, ill-fed. 2 tables in a narrow and dingier part of the room were occupied by disheveled chess players and 3 or 4 lookers-on. Altogether there were about 15 people in the place. Some of the conversations were carried on aloud. A man with curly dark hair, who was eating soup at the table directly in front of me, was satirizing somebody between spoonfuls, relishing his acrimony as if it were spice to his soup. A feminine voice back of me was trying to prove to somebody that she did much more for her sister than her sister did for her. I was wretchedly ill at ease at first. I loathed myself for being here. I felt like one who had strayed into a disreputable den. In addition, I was in dread of being recognized. The man who sat by my side had the hair and the complexion of a gypsy. He looked exhausted and morose. Presently he had a fried steak served him. It was heavily laden with onions. As he fell to cutting and eating it hungrily, the odor of the fried onions and the sound of his lips sickened me. The steak put him in good humor. He became sociable and turned out to be a gay, though a venomous fellow. His small talk raised my spirits, too. Nor did anybody in the cafe seem to know who I was or to take any notice of me. I took a humorous view of the situation and had the gypsy-faced man tell me who was who. "Shall I begin with this great man?" he asked facetiously, pointing his fork at himself. "I am the world-renowned translator and feuilleton writer whose writings have greatly increased the circulation of the Yiddish Tribune." He then named all the other notables present. A poet, a cartoonist, a budding playwright, a distinguished Russian revolutionist, an editor, and another newspaper man, maligning and deriding some of them and grudgingly praising the others. Much of what he said was lost upon me, for although he knew that I was a rank outsider, he used a jargon of nicknames, catchphrases, and allusions that was apparently peculiar to the East Side Boheme. He was part of that little world, and he was unable to put himself in the place of one who was not. I subsequently had occasion to read one of his articles, and I found it full of the same jargon. The public did not understand him, but he either did not know it or did not care. As he did not point out Tevkin to me, I concluded that the Hebrew poet was not at the cafe. "Do you know Tevkin?" I inquired. "There he is," he answered, directing my glance to a gray-haired, clean-shaven, commonplace-looking man of medium stature who stood in the chess corner watching one of the games. "Do you know him?" "No, but I have heard of him. You did not include him in your list of notables, did you?" "Oh, well, he was a notable once upon a time. Our rule is, let the dead past bury its dead." I felt sorry for poor Tevkin. Turning halfway around in my seat, I took to eyeing the Hebrew poet. I felt disappointed. That this prosaic-looking old man should have written the lines that I had read at the Astor Library seemed inconceivable. The fact, however, that he was the father of the tall, stately, beautiful girl whose image was ever before me ennobled his face. I stepped over to him and said, "You are Mr. Tevkin, aren't you? Allow me to introduce myself. Levinsky." He bowed, grasping my hand, evidently loath to take his eyes off the chess players. "I read some of your poems the other day," I added. "My poems?" he asked, coloring. "Yes, I had heard of them, and as I happened to be at the Astor Library, I asked for your 3 volumes. I read several things in each of them. I liked them tremendously." He blushed again. "It seems an age since they were written," he said in confusion. "Those were different days." We sat down at a secluded table. To propitiate the proprietor and the waiter, I ordered hot cheesecakes. I offered to order something for Tevkin, but he declined, and he ordered a glass of tea with the tacit understanding that he was to pay for it himself. "Why don't you give us some more poems like those?" He produced his business card, saying, "This is the kind of poetry that goes in America." The card described him as a general business agent and real estate broker. This meant that he earned, or tried to earn, an income by acting as broker for people who wanted to sell or buy soda and cigarette stands, newsstands, laundries, grocery stores, delicatessen stores, butcher shops, cigar stores, bookstores, and whatnot, from a peddler's push cart to a parcel of real estate or an interest in a small factory. Scores of stores and stands change hands in the ghetto every day, the purchaser being usually a workman who has saved up some money with an eye to business. "Does it pay?" I ventured to ask. "I am not in it merely for the fun of it, am I?" he returned somewhat resentfully. "Business is business and poetry is poetry. I hate to confound the two. One must make a living. Thank God, I know how to look things in the face. I am no dreamer. It is sweet to earn your livelihood." "Of course it is. Still, dreaming is no crime either." "Ah, that's another kind of dreaming. Do you write?" "Oh, no," I said with a laugh. "I am just a prosaic business man." And by way of showing that I was not, I veered the conversation back to his poetry. I sought to impress him with a sense of my deep and critical appreciation of what I had read in his 3 volumes. I spoke enthusiastically of most of it, but took exception to the basic idea in a poem on Job and Solomon. "It's fine as poetry," I said. "Some lines in it are perfectly beautiful, but the parallel is not convincing." "Why not?" he said, bristling up. We locked horns. He was pugnacious, bitter, but ineffectual. He quoted Hebrew. He spoke partly in Yiddish and partly in English. He repeatedly used the words subjective and objective. He dwelt on Job's obvious tragedy and Solomon's inner sadness. But he was a poor talker and apparently displeased with his own argument. "Oh, I don't make myself clear," he said in despair. "But you do," I reassured him. "I understand you perfectly." "No, you don't. You're only saying it to please me. But then, what matters it whether a business agent has a correct conception of Solomon's psychology or not?" he said bitterly. "Seriously, Mr. Levinsky, I am often out of sorts with myself for hanging around this cafe. This is the gathering place of talent, not of business agents." "Why? Why?" I tried to console him. "I am sure you have more talent than all of them put together. Do you think anybody in this cafe could write verse or prose like yours?" He looked down, his features hardening into a frown. "Anyhow, I cannot afford the time. While I loiter here I am liable to miss a customer. I must give myself entirely to my business, entirely, every bit of myself. I must forget I ever did any scribbling." "You are taking it too hard, Mr. Tevkin. One can attend to business and yet find time for writing." All at once he brightened up bashfully and took to reciting a Hebrew poem. Here is the essence of it. Since the destruction of the temple, instrumental music has been forbidden in the synagogues. The children of Israel are in mourning. They are in exile and in mourning. Silent is their harp. So is mine. I am in exile. I am in a strange land. My harp is silent. "Is it your poem?" I asked. He nodded bashfully. "When did you compose it?" "A few weeks ago." "Has it been printed?" He shook his head. "Why?" "I could have it printed in a Hebrew weekly we publish here, but, well, I did not care to." "You mean the pen?" "Yes. Do you see it sometimes?" "I did, once. I am going to subscribe for it. Anyhow, the poem belies itself. It shows that your harp has not fallen silent." He smiled, flushed with satisfaction, like a shy schoolboy, and proceeded to recite another Hebrew poem. "Most songbirds do not sing in captivity. I was once a songbird, but America is my cage. It is not my home. My song is gone." "This poem, too, gives itself the lie," I declared. "But the idea of America being likened to a prison—" "It is of my soul I speak," he said resentfully. "Russia did not imprison it, did it? Russia is a better country than America. Anyhow, even if she is oppressed by a czar, it's a freer country, too, for the spirit at least. There is more poetry there, more music, more feeling. Even if our people do suffer appalling persecution, the Russian people are really a warm-hearted people. Besides, one enjoys life in Russia better than here. Oh, 1,000 times better. There is too much materialism here, Too much hurry and too much prose. And yes, too much machinery. It's all very well to make shoes or bread by machinery, but alas, the things of the spirit, too, seem to be machine-made in America. If my younger children were not so attached to this country and did not love it so, and if I could make a living in Russia now, I should be ready to go back at once. Comfort ye, my people, saith your God, I quoted gaily. It's all a matter of mood. Poets are men of moods. And again I quoted, Attend unto me, O my friend, and give ear unto me, O my comrade. I took up the cudgels for America. He listened gloomily, leaving my arguments unanswered by way of broaching the subject of his daughter. I steered my talk to a point that gave me a chance to refer to his little meditation, My Children. "How well you do remember my poor little volumes," he said, greatly flattered. "Yes, my children love me. They are not children, but angels. And yet, God save me from having to be supported by them. They bring in a considerable sum at the end of the week, and they hate to see me work or worry. But oh, how sweet it is to earn one's own living. Thank God I do earn my share and my wife's. My children are bitterly opposed to it. They beg me to stay home, but I say, 'No, children mine. As long as your father can earn his bread he will earn.' That's why my humdrum occupation is so sweet to me." At this he lowered his eyes and said, with the embarrassed simper which seemed to accompany every remark of his that implied self-appreciation, "I wrote something on this subject the other day, just a line or two. There are instances when the jewel of poetry glints out of the prose of trade." The fact that his children contributed to the maintenance of the family nest was evidently a sore spot in his heart. His face, sensitive and mobile in the extreme, was like a cinematographic film. It recorded the subtlest change in his mood. The notion of its being a commonplace face seemed to me absurd now. It was a different image almost every minute, and my mental portrait of it was as unlike my first impression of it as a motion picture is unlike any of its component photographs. I parted from him without referring to his daughter, but I felt that I had won his heart, and it seemed to be a matter of days when he would invite me to his house. The next time I saw him, on an afternoon at Yampolsky's cafe again, there was an elusive deference in his demeanor. He seemed to me more reserved and ill at ease than he had been on the previous occasion. Finally he said, "I had no idea you were David Levinsky, the cloak manufacturer." My vanity was so flattered that I was unable to restrain my face from betraying it. I answered with a beaming smile, "I told you I was in the cloak business, didn't I?" "I don't think you did. Anyhow, I did not know what kind of a cloak factory yours was," he said. "What kind do you mean?" I laughed. "Well, I am glad to know you are so successful. There was somebody who recognized you last time you were here. Your secret leaked out." "Secret? Well, what difference does it all make? To possess a talent like yours is a far greater success than to own a factory, even if mine were the largest in the world." He waved his hand deprecatingly. Our conversation was disturbed by a quarrel between two men at a nearby table. I was at a loss to make out what it was all about. Tevkin attempted to enlighten me, but I listened to him only partly, being interested in the darts of the two belligerents. All I could gather was that they were story writers of two opposing schools. I felt, however, that their hostility was based upon professional jealousy rather than upon a divergence of artistic ideals. Finally, one of them paid his check and departed. Tevkin told me more about them. He spoke of the one who stayed in the cafe with admiration. "He's a real artist. Some of his stories are perfect gems," he said. "He's a good fellow, too, only he thinks too much of himself. But then, perhaps this is an inevitable part of talent, the shadow that is inseparable from the light of genius. Perhaps it's the engine that sets it in motion, gives it incentive. Perhaps I wish I had some of it." I reflected that he did seem to have some of it. At all events, he did not seem to begrudge others their success. He spoke of the other people in the cafe with singular goodwill and even enthusiasm, in fact. Some of the people present I had seen on my previous visit. Of the others, Tevkin pointed out a man to me who knew 6 languages well and had a working acquaintance with several more. Another who had published an excellent Hebrew translation of some of the English poets, and a third whose son, a young violinist, had taken Europe by storm. An intellectual-looking Gentile made his entry. He shook hands with one of the men I had seen on the former occasion and seated himself by his side. "Either a journalist in search of material," Tevkin explained to me in answer to a question, "or simply a man of literary tastes who is drawn to the atmosphere of this place." The cafe rose in my estimation. I learned from Tevkin that many of Yampolsky's patrons were poor working men, and that some of these were poets, writers of stories, or thinkers, but that the cafe was also frequented by some professional and businessmen. At this he directed my attention to a Talmud-faced man whom he described as a liquor dealer, who would be a celebrated writer if he were not worth $500,000. The last piece of information was a most agreeable surprise to me. It made me feel safe in the place. I regarded the liquor dealer with some contempt, however. Pshaw, $500,000. He's probably worth a good deal less. Anyhow, I could buy and sell him. At the same time, I said to myself, he's well-to-do, and yet he chums around with people in whom intellectual Gentiles take an interest. I envied him. I felt cheap. I felt still cheaper when I heard that the literary liquor dealer generously contributed to the maintenance of The Pen, the Hebrew weekly with which Tevkin was connected, and that he, the liquor dealer, wrote for that publication. It appeared that Tevkin had an office which was a short distance from the Bohemian Cafe. I asked to see it, and he yielded reluctantly. "You can take it for granted that your office is a more imposing one than mine," he jested. "Ah, but there was a time when all my office amounted to was an old desk. So there will be a time when yours will occupy a splendid building on Wall Street." "That's far more than I aspire to. All I want is to make a modest living so that my daughters should not have to go to work. They don't work in a shop, of course. One is a stenographer in a fine office and the other a school teacher. But what difference does it make?" His office proved to be the hall bedroom of an apartment occupied by the family of a cantor named Wolpert. We first entered the dining room, a door connecting it with Tevkin's office being wide open. It was late and the gas light was burning. Seated at a large oval table covered with a white oilcloth was Wolpert and 2 other men, all the 3 of them with full beards and the stamp of intellectual life on their faces. "There are some queer people in the world who will still read my poetry," Tevkin said to them by way of introducing me. "Here is one of them, Mr. Levinsky, David Levinsky, the cloak manufacturer." The announcement made something of a stir. Mrs. Wolpert brought us tea. From the ensuing conversation I gleaned that these people, including Tevkin, were ardent Zionists of a certain type, and that they were part of a group in which the poet was a ruling spirit. When I happened to drop a remark to the effect that Hebrew, the language of the Old Testament, was a dead language, Wolpert exclaimed, "Oh, no, not any longer, Mr. Levinsky. It has risen from the dead." The other two chimed in, each in his way, the burden of their argument being that Hebrew was the living tongue of the Zionist colonists in Palestine. "The children of our colonists speak it as American children do English," said Tevkin exultingly. "They speak it as the sons and daughters of Jerusalem spoke it at the time of the prophets. We are no dreamers. We can tell the difference between a dream and a hard fact, can't we?" To the other two. "For centuries the tongue of our fathers spoke from the grave to us. Now, however, it has come to life again." He took me into his office, lighting the gas jet in it. A few minutes later he shut the dining room door, his face assuming an extremely grave mien. By the way, an idea has occurred to me," he said. "But first I want you to know that I do not mean to profit by our spiritual friendship for purposes of a material nature. Do you believe me?" "I certainly do. Go ahead, Mr. Tevkin." "What I want to say is a pure matter of business. Do you understand? If you don't want to go into it, just say so, and we shall drop it." "Of course," I answered. We were unable to look each other in the face. "There is a parcel of real estate in Brooklyn," he resumed. "One could have it for a song." "But I don't buy real estate," I replied, my cheeks on fire. He looked at the floor, and after a moment's silence, he said, "That's all. Excuse me. I don't want you to think I want to presume upon our acquaintance. But I don't. On the contrary, I wish it were in my line. I should be glad to. That's all." He cut me short. "Let us say no more about it." And he made an awkward effort to talk Zionism again. End of chapter 2. Book 13, Chapter 3 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 13, At Her Father's House. Chapter 3. The real estate boom which had seized upon the 5 ghettos of Greater New York a few years before was still intoxicating a certain element of their population. Small tradesmen of the slums and even working men were investing their savings in houses and lots. Jewish carpenters, house painters, bricklayers, or installment peddlers became builders of tenements or frame dwellings, real estate speculators. Deals were being closed, and poor men were making thousands of dollars in less time than it took them to drink the glass of tea or the plate of sorrel soup over which the transaction took place. Women, too, were ardently dabbling in real estate, and one of them was Mrs. Chaikin, the wife of my talented designer. Tevkin was not the first broker to offer me a good thing in real estate. Attempts in that direction had been made before, and I warded them all off. Instinct told me not to let my attention be diverted from my regular business to what I considered a gamble. Unreal estate, I would call it. My friend Nodelman was of the same opinion. "It's a poker game traveling under a false passport," was his way of putting it. Once I sat in a Brooklyn streetcar. I was accosted by a bewigged woman who occupied the next seat and whom I had never seen before. "You speak Yiddish, don't you?" she began, after scrutinizing me quite unceremoniously. "I do. Why?" "I just wanted to know. Is that all?" "Well, it is and it is not," she said, with a shrewd, good-natured smile. "Since we are talking, I might as well ask you if you would not care to take a look at a couple of new houses in East New York." I did not interrupt her, and she proceeded to describe the houses and the bargain they represented. When she finally paused for my answer and I perpetrated a labored witticism about her peddling real estate in streetcars, she flared up. "Why not? Is it anything to be ashamed of or to hide? Did I steal those houses? I can assure you I paid good money for them, so why should I be afraid to speak about them? And when I say it is a bargain, I mean it. That, too, I can say aloud and to everybody in the world, because it is the truth, the holy truth. May I not live to see my children again if it is not. There." After a pause she resumed. "Well?" I made no reply. "Will you come along and see the houses? It is not far from here." "I have no time." She took up some details tending to show that by buying those 2 frame buildings of hers and selling them again, I was sure to clear a profit of $10,000. I made no reply. "Well, will you come along?" "Leave me alone, please." "Ah, you are angry, aren't you?" she said sneeringly. "Is it because you haven't any money?" The awkward scene that had attended Tevkin's attempt to get me interested in his parcel haunted me. I craved to see him again and to let him sell me something. To be sure, my chief motive was a desire to cultivate his friendship, to increase my chances of being invited to his house. The risk of buying some city lots in Brooklyn seemed to be a trifling price to pay for the prospect of coming into closer relations with him. Besides, the "parcel" seemed to be a sure investment. But I was also eager to do something for him for his own sake, and so I made an appointment with him by telephone and called at his wretched little office again. "Where is the parcel you mentioned the other day?" I began. "Where is it located?" "Never mind that," he said hotly. "There shall be no business between you and me. Nothing but pure spiritual friendship. I made a foolish mistake last time. I hate myself for it. If you were a smaller man financially, I should not mind it, perhaps. As it is, it would simply mean that you helped me out. It would mean charity." I laughed and argued and insisted, and he succumbed. We made an appointment to meet at Malbin's, a large restaurant on Grand Street that was known as the real estate exchange of the Ghetto. There I was introduced to a plain-looking man who proved to be the then owner of the parcel and closed a contract for a deed. Encouraged by this transaction, Tevkin rapidly developed some far-reaching real estate projects in which he apparently expected me to be the central figure. One afternoon, as we sat over glasses of tea at Malbin's, he said, "If you want to drink a glass of real Russian tea, come up some evening. We shall all be very glad to see you." I felt the color mounting to my face as I said, "I don't think your daughter would like it." "My daughter?" he asked in amazement. "But I have 3 daughters." "The one that spent some time at the Rigi Kulm in the Catskills last summer?" "Anna?" he asked, with still greater surprise, as it were. "I don't know her first name, but I suppose that's the one. If she was at the Rigi Kulm, it's Anna." "Well, I had the pleasure of meeting her there, but I am afraid I was somewhat of a persona non grata with her," I said, in a partial attempt to make a joke of it. He dropped his glance, leveled it at me once more, and dropped it again. "Why? What's the matter?" he inquired in great embarrassment. Nothing was the matter. A case of dislike at first sight, I suppose. Still, you'd better ask her, Mr. Tevkin." He made no reply, nor did he repeat his invitation. He was manifestly on pins and needles to get away without having the courage to do so. "So that's what you wanted to meet me for," he muttered, looking at the wall. "Well, I'll tell you frankly how it was, Mr. Tevkin," I said, and began with a partial lie calculated to bribe him. "I became interested in her because I heard that she was your daughter. And afterward, when I had returned to the city, I made it my business to go to the library and to read your works. My enthusiasm for your writings is genuine, however, I assure you, Mr. Tevkin. And when I went to that cafe, it was for the purpose of making your acquaintance, as much for your own sake as for hers. There, I have told you the whole story." There was mixed satisfaction and perplexity in his look. The next morning my mail included a letter from him. It was penned in Hebrew. It read like a chapter of the Old Testament. He pointed out with exquisite tact that it was merely as a would-be courter that I had failed to find favor in his daughter's eyes, something that is purely a matter of taste and chance. He then went on to intimate that if the unfortunate little situation rendered it at all inconvenient for me to visit his house, he did not see why he and I could not continue our friendly relations. "If I have found as much grace in thine eyes as thou hast found in mine," he wrote, "it would pain me to forfeit thy friendship. Let the unpleasant incident be forgotten then. I have a very important business proposition to make, but should it fail to arouse thine interest, why, then, let all business, too, be eliminated, and let our bond be one of unalloyed friendship. I have been hungry for a fellow spirit for years, and in thee I have found one at last. Shall I be estranged from thee for external causes?" Whereupon he went into raptures over a prospective real estate company of which he wanted me to be a leading shareholder. Companies or combines of this sort were then being formed on the East Side by the score, and some of them were said to be reaping fabulous profits. My Hebrew, which had never been perfect, for the Talmud is chiefly in Chaldaic and Aramaic, was by now quite out of gear. So my answer was framed partly in Yiddish, but mostly in English, the English being tacitly intended for his daughter, although he understood the language perfectly. I said, in substance, that I was going to be as frank as he was, that I did not propose to invest more money in real estate, and that I asked to be allowed to call on his daughter. The following passage was entirely in English. "I have made a misleading impression on Miss Tevkin. I have done myself a great injustice, and I beg for a chance to repair the damage. In business I am said to know how to show my goods to their best advantage. Unfortunately, this instinct seems often to desert me in private life. There, I am apt to put my least attractive wares in the show window, to expose some unlovable trait of my character, while whatever good there may be in me eludes the eye of a superficial acquaintance. Please assure your daughter that it is not to force my attentions upon her that I am asking for an interview. All I want is to try to convince her that her image of me is, spiritually speaking, not a good likeness." 2 days passed. In the morning of the 3rd, I received a telephone call from Tevkin, asking to meet me. Impelled by a desire to impress him with my importance, I invited him to my place of business. When he came, I designedly kept him in my waiting room for some minutes before I received him. When he was finally admitted to my private office, he faced me with studied indifference. He said he had only a minute's time, yet he stayed nearly an hour. He asked me to come to his house. He spoke guardedly, giving vague answers to my questions. The best I could make of his explanation was that his daughter had been prejudiced against me by the fact that everybody at the Rigi-Kulm had looked upon me as a great matrimonial catch. "My children have extremely modern ideas," he said, "topsy-turvy ones." His face brightened and he added, "The old rule is poverty is no disgrace. Their rule is wealth is a disgrace." And he flushed and burst into a little laugh of approbation at his own epigram. "I suppose your daughter regarded me as a parvenu, an upstart, an ignoramus," I remarked. "No, not at all. She says she heard you say some clever things." "Did she? Still, your letter was a surprise to her. She had not thought you capable of writing such things." What really had occurred between father and daughter concerning my desire to call, I never learned. Tevkin's house was apparently full of socialism. Indeed, so was the house of almost every intellectual family among our immigrants. I hated and dreaded that world as much as ever, and I dreaded Miss Tevkin more than ever. But, moth-like, I was drawn to the flame with greater and greater force. I went to the Tevkins with the feeling of one going to his doom. End of chapter 3. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Somerville, South Carolina. Book 13, Chapter 4 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by CAHAN. Book 13, At Her Father's House. Chapter 4. The family occupied a large, old private house in the Harlem section of Fifth Avenue, a locality swarming with our people. I called at 8 in the evening. It was in the latter part of March, nearly 8 months after my unfortunate experience in the Catskills. I was received in the hall by Tevkin. He took me into a spacious parlor whose walls were lined with old bookcases and bookstands. There I found Anna and 2 of the other children of the numerous family. She wore a blouse of green velvet and a black four-in-hand tie. She welcomed me with a cordial handshake and a gay smile, as though all that had transpired between us had been a childish misunderstanding. But she was ill at ease. As for me, I was literally panic-stricken. It was at this moment, when I came face to face with her for the first time in the 8 months following that Catskill incident, that I became aware of being definitely in love with her. The bookcases and bookstands were full to bursting. There was a piano in the room and 2 tables littered with books, prints, and photographs. The space between bookcases and over the piano was hung with etchings, crayons, pen and ink drawings, and photographs. The other 2 of Tevkin's children present were a chubby girl of 12 named Gracie and a young man of 28, 2 or 3 years older than Anna, named Sasha. Sasha had a half-interest in an evening preparatory school in which he taught mathematics, being now confined to the house by a slight indisposition. Mrs. Tevkin made her appearance, a handsome old woman of striking presence, tall, almost majestic, with a mass of white hair, with the beautiful features of the girl who was the cause of my being there. I thought of Naphtali. I had a desire to discover his address and to write to him about my meeting with the hero and heroine of the romance of which he had told me a few months before I left Antomir. I go to their house, She is still beautiful," I pictured myself saying to him. Her demeanor and the very intonation of her speech seemed to proclaim the fact that she was the daughter of that illustrious physician of Odessa. It did not take me long to discover, however, that under the surface of her good breeding and refinement was a woman of scant intellect. Seeing me look at the bookcases, she said, "These are not all the books we have. There are some in the other rooms, too. Plenty of them. It's quite a job for an American servant girl to dust them." Anna smiled good-humoredly. The next utterance of Mrs. Tevkin's was to the effect that one had to put up with crowded quarters in America, a hint at the better days which the family had seen in Russia. Anna's younger sister, Elsie, a schoolteacher, came in. She had quicker movements and a sharper look than the stenographer, and she bore strong resemblance to her father. Anna was the prettier of the two. We went down into the dining room, where we found Russian tea, cake, and preserves. Presently we were joined by George, an insurance collector, who was between Anna and Sasha, and Emil, an artist employed on a Sunday paper, who was between Anna and Elsie. Emil was a handsome fellow with a picturesque face which betrayed his vocation. The crayons and the pen and ink drawings that I had seen in the library were his work. He had a pale, high forehead and a thick, upright grove of very soft brown hair, which I pictured as billowing in a breeze like a field of rye. Just the kind of son for a poet to have, I thought. There was another son, Moisey. He was married, and I did not see him that evening. His mother was continually referring to him. "I can see that you miss him," I said. "I should say so," Anna broke in. "He's her pet." "Don't mind what she says, Mr. Levinsky," her mother exhorted me. "She just loves to tease me." "Mother is right," Elsie interposed. "Moisey is not her pet. If somebody else is, it's I. Isn't it, Ma?" Anna smiled good-naturedly. "Gracie is my pet," Mrs. Tevkin rejoined. "Gracie and Moisey both," Tevkin amended. "Moisey is her firstborn, don't you know? But the great point is that he has been married only 3 months, and she has not yet got used to having him live somewhere else. She feels as if somebody had snatched him from her. When a day passes without her seeing him, she is uneasy." "Not at all," Mrs. Tevkin demurred. "I am thinking of him just now because we have all been introduced to Mr. Levinsky except him." "If 2 or 3 of the family were missing, it wouldn't be so marked." Tevkin supported her chivalrously. "But only one is missing, only one. That somehow makes you think of him. I feel the same way." As he spoke, it seemed to me that in his home atmosphere he bore himself with more self-confidence and repose than at the cafe or at his office. His hospitality had made him ill at ease at first, but that had worn off. "You can depend on father to find some defense for mother," remarked the picturesque Emil. At her husband's suggestion and after some urging, the hostess led the way back to the parlor or library where she was to play us something. As we were passing out of the dining room and up the stairs, Tevkin seized the opportunity to say to me, "We live on the communistic principle, as you see, each of us, except Mrs. Tevkin, and the little one contributes his earnings or part of them to the general treasury, my wife acting as treasurer and manager. Still, in the near future, I hope to be able to turn the commune into a family of the good old type. My affairs are making headway. Thank God, I shan't need my children's contributions much longer." Mrs. Tevkin played some classical pieces. She had a pleasing tone and apparently felt at home at the keyboard, but it was to my eye rather than to my ear that her playing appealed. A white-haired Jewish woman at a piano was something which, in Antomir had been associated in my mind with the life of the highest aristocracy exclusively. But then Mrs. Tevkin's father had been a physician, and Jewish physicians belonged, in the conception of my childhood and youth, to the highest social level. Another mark of her noble birth, according to my Antomir ideas, was the fact that she often addressed her husband and her older children not in Yiddish or English, but in Russian. Compared to her, Matilda's mother was a plebeian. The only other person in the family who played the piano with facility and confidence was Emil. I had never been in a house of this kind in my life. I was fascinated beyond expression. Anna's constraint soon wore off, and she treated me with charming hospitality. So did Elsie. There was absolutely no difference in their manner toward me. Elsie gave me the attention which a girl usually accords to a close friend of her father's, and this was also the sort of attention I received from her older sister. It was as if the Catskill episode had never taken place, and she were now seeing me for the first time. I met Moisey and his wife at my next visit. He was a man of 32 or more, tall, wiry, nervous, with large, protruding dark eyes. He was a dentist by profession and a Russian social democrat by religion, as his father introduced him to me. Karl Marx is his God, and Pleenanoff, the Russian socialist leader, is his Moses, the old man added. Moisey's wife looked strikingly Semitic. She seemed to have just stepped out of the Old Testament. She had been only about a year in the country, and the only language she could speak was Russian, which she enunciated without a trace of a Jewish accent or intonation. She scarcely understood Yiddish. All this was uncannily at variance with her biblical face. It seemed incredible that her speech and outward appearance should belong to the same person. To add to the discrepancy, she was smoking cigarette after cigarette, a performance certainly not in keeping with one's notion of a Jewish woman of the old type. The oldest two sons, Moisey and Sasha, spoke English with a Russian accent from which the English of all the other children was absolutely free. Mrs. Tevkin's Russian sounded more Russian than her husband's. Emil, Elsie, and Gracie did not speak Russian at all. Barring Mrs. Tevkin, each adult in the family worshipped at the shrine of some ism. Anna professed Israel Zangwill's modified Zionism or territorialism. This, however, was merely a platonic interest with her. It took up little or none of her time. Her real passion was Minority, a struggling little magazine of modernistic literature and thought. It was published by a group of radicals of which she was a member. Elsie, on the other hand, who was a socialist, was an ardent member of the Socialist Party and of the Socialist Press Club. Politically, the two sisters were supposed to be irreconcilable opponents, yet Anna often worked in the interests of Elsie's party. Indeed, the more I knew them, the clearer it became to me that the older sister was under the influence of the younger. The two girls and their brothers had many visitors, socialist and anarchist writers, poets, critics, artists. These were of both sexes, and some of them were Gentiles. Two of the most frequent callers were Miss Siegel and the sallow-faced, homely man who had danced with Anna at the Rigi Calm Pavilion. He was an instructor in an art school. From his talks with Emil and Anna, I learned of a whole world whose existence I had never even expected, the world of East Side art students, of the gifted boys among them, some of whom had gone to study in Paris, of their struggles, prospects, jealousies. I was introduced to several of these people but I never came into sympathetic touch with them. I was ever conscious, never my real self in their midst. Perhaps it was because they did not like me. Perhaps it was because I failed to appreciate a certain something that was the keynote to their mental attitude. However that may have been, I always felt wretched in their company, and my attempts at saying something out of the common usually misfired. Was Anna interested in any of the young men who came to the house? I was inclined to think that she was not, but I was not sure. Among Elsie's closest friends, or comrades, was an American millionaire, a member of one of the best-known families in New York, and his wife, who was a Jewess, of whom I had read in the papers. I never saw them at the Tevkins', but I knew that they occasionally called on the schoolteacher and that she saw a good deal of them at their house and at various meetings, a fact the discovery of which produced a disheartening impression on me. It was as though the sole advantage I enjoyed over Anna, the possession of money, suddenly had been wiped out. I sometimes wondered whether at the bottom of her heart Elsie did not feel elated by her close relations with that couple. That she herself was a stranger to all money interests there could be no doubt, however, and this was true of Anna and the other children. Elsie and Moisey were the strongest individuals in the family. Theirs were truly religious natures, and socialism was their religion in the purest sense of the term. Elsie scarcely had any other great interest in life. Her socialism amused me, but her devotion to it inspired me with reverence. As for Moisey, good literature, as the term is understood in Russia, was nearly as much of a passion with him as Marxian socialism. His fervent talks of what he considered good fiction and his ferocious assaults upon what he termed candy stories were very impressive, though I did not always understand what he was talking about. Sometimes he would pick a quarrel with Anna over minority and her literary hobbies generally. Once he brought her to tears by his attacks. I could not see why people should quarrel over mere stories. I thought Moisey crazy, but I must confess that his views on literature were not without influence upon my tastes. I did not do much reading in these days, so I may not have become aware of it at once. But at a later period, when I did do much reading, Moisey's opinions came back to me and I seemed to find myself in accord with them. To return to my visits at the Tevkins', I told myself again and again that their world was not mine, that there was no hope for me, and that there was nothing for it but to discontinue my calls. But I had not the strength to do so. I never went away from this house otherwise than dejected and forlorn. Tevkin was charming in the fervent, yet tactful, hospitality with which he endeavored to assuage the bitterness of my visits. He seemed to say, "I see everything, my dear friend, and my heart goes out to you. But how can I help you?" His wife tried to be diplomatic. "American young people imagine they own the earth," she once said to me, with a knowing glint in her beautiful eyes. "Some day they'll find out their mistake." The hot months set in. The family nominally moved to Rockaway Beach for the season and my visits were suspended. Nominally, because Elsie and the boys and old Tevkin himself slept in the Harlem house more often than in their summer home. Elsie was wrapped up in the socialist campaign, which kept her busy every night from the middle of July to Election Day. She practically had no vacation. Anna made arrangements to spend her brief vacation with some of her literary friends who had a camp in Maine. But while she was in the city, she came home to her mother and Gracie almost every evening. As for her father, whom I saw several times during that summer, he often sat up far into the night in Melbourne's or some other restaurant, talking parcels. He had become so absorbed in his real estate speculations that he was rarely seen at Yampolsky's cafe these days. One evening, when he was dining with me at the private hotel in which I lived, and we were discussing his ventures, he said, "Do you know, my friend, I have made more than $12,000. He tried to say it in a matter-of-fact, businesslike way, but his face melted into an expression of joy before he finished the sentence. "I tell it to you because I know that you are a real friend and that you will be sincerely glad to hear it," he went on. "I certainly am. I'm awful glad," I rejoined fervently. "I expect to make more. No more chipping in by the children. Anna shall give up her typewriting and Elsie her teaching. Yes, things are coming my way at last. Still, if I were you, I should go slow. The real estate market is an uncertain thing after all." "Of course it is," he answered mechanically. Since I bought that Brooklyn parcel and refused to go into further real estate operations, he had never approached me with business schemes again. There was not the slightest alloy of self-interest in his friendship, and he was careful not to have it appear that there was. He never initiated me into the details of his speculations, lest I should offer him a loan. He was quite squeamish about it. One day I offered him $100 check for the Pen, the Hebrew weekly with which he was connected and upon which I knew him to spend more than he could afford. "I don't want it," he said, reddening and shaking his head. "Why?" I asked, also reddening. I was sorely hurt, and he noticed it. "I know that you do it wholeheartedly," he hastened to explain, "but I don't want to feel that you do it for my sake." "But I don't do it for your sake. I just want to help the paper. Can't I?" He interrupted me with assurances of his regard for me and for my motives, and accepted the check. Was he dreaming of Anna ultimately agreeing to marry me and my money? He certainly considered me a most desirable match, but I felt sure that he was fond of me on my personal account and that he would have liked to have me for his son-in-law even if my income had not exceeded $3,000 or $4,000 a year. He did not share the radical views of his children. He was much nearer to my point of view than they. End of chapter 4. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Summerville, South Carolina. Book 13, Chapter 5 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by CAHAN, Book 13, At Her Father's House, Chapter 5. It was December. There was an air of prosperity in Tevkin's house, but the girls would not give up their jobs. I was a frequent caller again. I was burning to take Anna, Elsie, and their parents to the theater, but was afraid the two girls would spurn the invitation. One day I was agreeably surprised by Elsie asking me to buy some tickets for a socialist ball. They were 50 cents apiece. "How many do you want me to take?" I asked. "As many as you can afford," she answered roguishly. "Will you sell me $25 worth?" "Oh, that would be lovely," she said in high glee. When I handed her the money, I was on the brink of asking if it might not be rejected as tainted, but suppressed the pleasantry. For me to attend a socialist ball would have meant to face a crowd of union men. It was out of the question. But the $25 somehow brought me nearer to Elsie, and that meant to Anna also. I began to feel more at home in their company. Elsie was as dear as a sister to me. I went so far as to venture to invite them and their parents to the opera, and my invitation was accepted. I was still merely a friend of father's, something like an uncle, but I saw a ray of hope now. Suppose a commonplace businessman like myself offered you a check for minority, I once said to Anna. A check for minority, she echoed with joyful surprise. Well, it would be accepted with thanks, of course, but you would first have to withdraw the libel, the commonplace businessman. Another condition is that you must promise to read the magazine. As I was making out the check, I told her that I had read some issues of it and that I solemnly swore to read it regularly now. That I had found it an unqualified bore, I omitted to announce. Shortly after that opera night, Tevkin provided a box at one of the Jewish theaters for a play by Jacob Gordin. I was quite chummy with the girls. They would jokingly call me Mr. Capitalist and, despite their father's protests, bleed me for all sorts of contributions. One of these came near embroiling me with Moisey. It was for a revolutionary leader, a Jew, who had recently escaped from a Siberian prison in a barrel of cabbage, and whose arrival in New York by way of Japan and San Francisco had been the great sensation of the year among the socialists of the East Side. The newcomer was the founder of a party of terrorists and had organized a plot which had resulted in the killing of an uncle of the Tsar and of a prime minister. Now Moisey, in his rabid, uncompromising way, sympathized with another party of Russian revolutionists, with one that was bitterly opposed to the theories and methods of the terrorists. So when he learned that Anna was collecting funds for the man who had been smuggled out of jail in a barrel, and that I had given her a check for him, he flared up and called her busybody. You had better mind your own affairs, Moisey, she retorted, coloring. She essayed to defend her position, contending that the methods of the Russian government rendered terrorism not only justifiable, but inevitable. The question is not whether it is justifiable, but whether there is any sense to it, Moisey replied, sneeringly. Revolutionists are not made by plotting or bomb-throwing. They must take the form of an uprising by the masses. As if the Russian terrorists did not have the masses back of them. The peasantry and the educated classes are with them. How do you know they are? Moisey asked with a good-natured but patronizing smile. He spoke of the Russian working class as the great element that was destined to work out the political and economic salvation of the country, and at this he tactlessly dwelt on the Russian trade unions, on what he termed their revolutionary strikes, and upon the aid Russian capitalists gave the government in its crusade upon the struggle for liberty. I felt quite awkward. I wondered whether he was not saying these things designedly to punish me for the check I had given Anna for the terrorists. He had always seemed to hold aloof from me, as if he were opposed to the visits of the money bag that I was at his father's house. At this minute I felt as though his eyes said, "The idea of this fleecer of labor contributing to the struggle for liberty." I was burning to tell him that he lacked manners and to assail trade unionism, but I restrained myself, of course. Sometimes the girls and I would discuss the social question or literature, subjects upon which they assured me that I held naive views. But all my efforts to get Anna into a more intimate conversation failed. For all our familiarity, it seemed as if we held our conversations through a thick window pane. Nevertheless, in a very vague way, and for no particular reason that I was aware of, I thought that I sensed encouragement. Tevkin never again approached me with his real estate ventures, but the very air of his house these days was full of such ventures. I met other real estate men at his home. Their talk was tempting, my enormous income notwithstanding. Huge fortunes seemed to be growing like mushrooms all over the 5 ghettos of New York and Brooklyn. I saw men who 3 years ago had not been worth a cent and who were now buying and selling blocks of property. How much they were actually worth was a question which, in the excitement of the boom, did not seem to matter. It is never a rare incident among our people for a man with a nebulous fortune of a few $100s to plunge into a commercial undertaking involving many thousands, but during that period this was an everyday affair. At first I treated it like something that was going on in another country, but I had a good deal of uninvested money, and my resistance was slackening. At last I succumbed. One of the men I met at Tevkin's was Volodski, the old-time street peddler, the man of the beautiful teeth, whose push-cart had adjoined mine in those gloomy days when I tried to sell goods in the streets, and who told me of the dower money which his sister had lent him for his journey to America. I had not seen him since then, an interval of over 20 years, and we recognized each other with some difficulty. The real estate boom had found him eking out a wretched livelihood by selling goods on the installment plan. Most of his business had been in the Italian quarter, and he had learned to speak Italian far more fluently than he had English. A short time before I stumbled upon him at the Tevkins', he had built an enormous block of high brick apartment houses in Harlem. He had gone into the undertaking with only $5,000 of his own, and before the houses were half completed he had sold them all, pocketing an enormous profit. When we were peddlers together, he had been considered a failure and a fool. He now struck me as a clever fellow, full of dash. Nor did Volodski represent the only metamorphosis of this kind that I came across. It was as though there were something in the atmosphere which turned paupers into capitalists and inane milksops into men of brains and pluck. Volodski succeeded in luring me into a network of speculations. Tevkin had an interest in some of these operations, and, as they were mostly concerned with property in Harlem or in the Bronx, his house became my real estate headquarters. There were 2 classes of callers at his home now, the socialists and the literary men or artists who visited Tevkin's children, and the real estate crowd who came to see Tevkin himself. It came to be tacitly understood that the library was to be left to the former, while the dining room in the basement was used as Tevkin's office. Being a friend of the family, I had the freedom of both. "You're making a big mistake, Levinsky," Nodelman once said to me with a gesture of deep concern. "What is biting you? Aren't you making money fast enough? Mark my word, if you try to swallow too fast, you'll choke. Any doctor will tell you that." I urged him to join me, but he would not hear of it. Instead, he exhorted me to sell out my holdings and give all my attention to my cloak business. "Take pity on your hard-earned pennies, Levinsky," he would say, "else you'll wake up some day like the fellow who has dreamed he has found a treasure. He's holding on to the treasure tight, and when he opens his eyes he finds it's nothing but a handful of wind. I'll tell you what, Levinsky," he began on one occasion, "you ought to see some of those magician fellows." "What for?" I asked. "Did you ever see them at their game? They'll put an egg into a hat, say 1, 2, 3, and pull out a chicken. And then they say 1, 2, 3 again, and there's neither a chicken nor an egg. That's the way all this real estate racket will end, mark my word, Levinsky." Bender nagged and pleaded with me without let-up. If I had had the remotest doubt of his devotion to me, it would have been dispelled now. I was at my great mahogany desk every morning as usual, but I seldom stayed more than 2 hours. and even during those 2 hours my mind was divided between cloaks and real estate, or between cloaks and Anna. Bender was practically in full charge of the business. Instead, however, of welcoming the power it gave him, he made unrelenting efforts to restore things to their former state. He was constantly haranguing me on the risks I was incurring, beseeching me to drop my new ventures, and threatening to leave me unless I did so. Once, as he was thus expostulating with me, he broke down. "I appeal to you as your friend, as your old-time teacher," he said, and burst into tears. If it had not been for him, I should have neglected my cloak business beyond repair. He handled me as a gambler's wife does her husband. He would seek me out in front of some unfinished building, at Tevkin's or at some boom cafe, and make me sign some checks, consult me on something or other, or wheedle me into accompanying him to my factory for an hour or two. But the next day he would have to go hunting for me again. I had invested considerable money in my new affairs, and releasing it at short notice would not have been an easy matter. But the great point was that I was literally intoxicated by my new interests, and the fact that they were intimately associated with the atmosphere of Anna's home had much, perhaps everything, to do with it. I loved her to insanity. She was the supreme desire of my being. I knew that she was weaker in character and mind than Elsie, for example, but that seemed to be a point in her favor rather than against her. "She is a good girl," I would muse, "mild, kindly, girlish. As for her radical notions, they really don't matter much. I could easily knock them out of her. I should be happy with her. Oh, how happy!" And in spite of the fact that I thought her weak, the sight of her would fill me with awe. One's first love is said to be the most passionate love of which one is capable. I do not think it is. I think my feeling for Anna was stronger, deeper, more tender, and more overpowering than either of my previous 2 infatuations. But then, of course, there is no way of measuring and comparing things of this kind. Anna was the first virgin I had ever loved. Was that responsible for the particular depth of my feeling? "Oh, I must have her or I'll fall to pieces," I would say to myself, yearning and groaning and whining like a lunatic. My gambling mania was really the aberration of a love-maddened brain. How could Bender or Nodelman understand it? I found myself in the midst of other lunatics, of men who had simply been knocked out of balance by the suddenness of their gains. My money had come slowly and through work and worry. Theirs had dropped from the sky. So they could scarcely believe their senses that it was not all a dream. They were hysterical with gleeful amazement. They were in a delirium of ecstasy over themselves, and at the same time they looked as though they were tempted to feel their own faces and hands to make sure that they were real. One evening I saw a man whose family was still living on $15 a week lose more than $600 in poker, and then take a group of congenial spirits out for a spree that cost him a few $100s more. One man in this party, who was said to be worth $750,000, had only recently worked as a common bricklayer. He is fixed in my memory by his struggles to live up to his new position, more especially by the efforts he would make to break himself of certain habits of speech. He always seemed to be on his guard lest some coarse word or phrase should escape him, and when a foul expression eluded his vigilance he would give a start, as if he had broken something. There was often a wistful look in his eye, as if he wondered whether his wealth and new mode of living were not merely a cruel practical joke, or was he yearning for the simpler and more natural life which he had led until 2 years ago. We had many an expensive meal together, and often, as he ate, he would say, "Oh, it's all nonsense, Mr. Levinsky. All this fussy stuff does not come up to 1 spoon of my wife's cabbage soup." Once he said, "Do you really like champagne? I don't. You may say I am a common ignorant fellow, but to me it doesn't come up to the bread cider Mother used to make, honest." And he gave a chuckle. I knew a man who bought $1,000 fur coat and a full dress suit before he had learned to use a handkerchief. He always had one in his pocket, but he would handle it gingerly, as if he had not the heart to soil it, and then he would carefully fold it again. The effect money had on this man was of quite another nature than it was in the case of the bricklayer. It had made him boisterously arrogant, blusteringly disdainful of his intellectual superiors, and brazenly foul-mouthed. It was as though he was shouting, "I don't have to fear or respect anybody now. I have got a lot of money. I can do as I damn please." More than one pure man became dissolute in the riot of easily gotten wealth. A real estate speculator once hinted to me, in a fit of drunken confidence, that his wife, hitherto a good woman and a simple homebody, had gone astray through the new vistas of life that had suddenly been flung open to her. One fellow, who was naturally truthful, was rapidly becoming a liar through the practice of exaggerating his profits and expenditures. There was an abundance of side-splitting comedy in the things I saw about me, but there was no dearth of pathos either. One day, as I entered a certain high-class restaurant on Broadway, I saw at one of the tables a man who looked strikingly familiar to me, but whom I was at first unable to locate. Presently I recognized him. 3 or 4 years before, he had peddled apples among the employees of my cloak shop. He had then been literally in tatters. That was why I was now slow to connect his former image with his present surroundings. I had heard of his windfall. He had had a job as watchman at houses in process of construction. While there he had noticed things, overheard conversations, put 2 and 2 together, and finally made $50,000 in a few months as a real estate broker. We were furtively eyeing each other. Finally our eyes met. He greeted me with a respectful nod, and then his face broke into a good-humored smile. He moved over to my table and told me his story in detail. He spoke in brief, pithy sentences, revealing a remarkable understanding of the world. In conclusion, he said, with a sigh, "But what is the good of it all? The Upper One has blessed me with one hand, but He has punished me with the other." It appeared that his wife had died, in Austria, just when she was about to come to join him, and he was preparing to surprise her with what to her would have been a palatial apartment. "For 6 years I tried to bring her over, but could not manage it," he said simply. "I barely made enough to feed one mouth. When good luck came at last, she died. She was a good woman, but I never gave her a day's happiness. For 18 years she shared my poverty, and now that there is something better to share, she is gone." End of chapter 5. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Somerville, South Carolina. Book 13, Chapter 6, of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham Book 13, At Her Father's House. Chapter 6. One of the many Jewish immigrants who were drawn into the whirl of real estate speculation was Max Margolis, Dora's husband. I had heard his name in connection with some deals, and one afternoon in February we found ourselves side by side in a crowd of other boomers. The scene was the corner of Fifth Avenue and 116th Street, 2 blocks from Tevkin's residence, a spot that usually swarmed with Yiddish-speaking real estate speculators in those days. It was a gesticulating, jabbering, whispering, excited throng resembling the crowd of curb brokers on Broad Street. Hence the nickname, The Curb, by which that corner was getting to be known. I was talking to Tevkin when somebody slapped me on the back. "Hello, Levinsky." "Hello." Margolis. His face had the florid hue of worn, nervous middle age. "I heard you were buying. Is it true? Well, how goes it, great man? How have you been?" "Can't kick, of course. Compared to a big fellow like David Levinsky, I am a fly." I excused myself to Tevkin and took Margolis to the quieter side of the avenue. "Glad to see you, upon my word," he said. "Well, let bygones be bygones. It's about time we forgot it all." "There is nothing to forget." "Honest?" "Honest. Is that idiotic notion still sticking in your brain?" "Why, no, not at all. May I not live till tomorrow if it does. You are not angry at me, are you? Come now, say that you are not." I smiled and shrugged my shoulders. "Well, shake hands then." We did, and he offered to sell me a parcel. As I did not care for it, he went on to talk of the real estate market in general. There was a restaurant on that side of the block, the Curb Café we used to call it. So we went in, ordered something, and he continued to talk. He was plainly striving to sound me in the hope of hanging on to some of my deals. Of a sudden, he said, "Say, you must think I'm still jealous. May I not live till tomorrow if I am." And to prove that he was not, he added, "Come, Levinsky, come up to the house and let's be friends again, as we used to be. I have always wished you well." He gave me his address. "Will you come?" "Some day." "You aren't still angry at Dora, are you?" "Why, no. But then she may be still angry at me," I said indifferently. "Nonsense. Perhaps it is beneath your dignity to call on small people like us. Come, forget that you are a great capitalist and let us all spend an evening together as we used to." Was he ready to suppress his jealousy for the prospect of getting under my financial wing? The answer to this question came to me through a most unexpected channel. The next morning when I came to my Fifth Avenue office, it was some 80 blocks, about 4 miles, downtown from the Curb section of Fifth Avenue. I found Dora waiting for me. I recognized her the moment I entered the waiting room on my office floor. Her hair was almost white, and she had grown rather fleshy. But her face had not changed. She wore a large, becoming hat and was quite neatly dressed generally. The blood surged to my face. Her presence was a bewildering surprise to me. There were 3 other people in the room, and I had to be on my guard. "How are you?" I said, rushing over to her. She stood up and we shook hands. I took her into my private office through my private corridor. "Dora." "Well, well," I murmured in a delirium of embarrassment. "I have come to tell you not to mind Margolis and not to call at the house," she said gravely, looking at me full in the face. "It would be awful if you did. He is out of his mind. He is—" "Wait a minute, Dora," I interrupted her. "There'll be plenty of time to talk of that. First, tell me something about yourself. How have you been? How are the children?" She was like an old song that had once held me under its sway, but which now appealed to me as a memory only. I was conscious of my consuming passion for Anna. Dora interested and annoyed me at once. I treated her as a dear old friend. She, however, persisted in wearing a mask of politeness, as if she had come strictly on business and there had never been any other relations between us. "Everybody is all right, thank you," she answered. "Is Lucy married?" "Oh, she has a beautiful little girl of 2 years. But I do want to tell you about Margolis. The man is simply crazy, and I want to warn you not to take him seriously. Above all, don't let him take you up to the house. Not for anything in the world. That's what brings me here this morning." "Why? What's the trouble?" "Oh, it would take too long to tell," she answered. "And it isn't important either. The main thing is that you should not let him get into business relations with you, or into any other kind of relations for that matter." Her English was a striking improvement upon what it had been 16 years before. As we continued to talk, it became evident to me that she was a well-read, well-informed woman. I made some efforts to break her reserve, but they failed. Nor, indeed, was I over anxious to have them succeed. She did speak of her husband's jealousy, however, though she dropped her glance and slurred over the word as she did so. And from what she said, as well as by reading between the lines of her statement, I gathered a fairly clear picture of the situation. Echoes of Max's old jealousy would still make themselves felt in his domestic life. A clash and irritation would sometimes bring my name to his lips. He still sometimes tortured her with questions concerning our relations. "I never answer these questions of his," she said, her eyes on my office rug. "Not a word. I just let him talk. But sometimes I feel like putting an end to my life," she concluded with a smile. I listened with expressions of surprise and sympathy, and with a feeling of compunction. A thought was sluggishly trailing through my mind. Does she still care for me? Margolis had built up some sort of auction business, but his real estate mania had ruined it and eaten up all he had except $3,000, which Dora had contrived to save from the wreck. With this, she had bought a cigar and stationery store on Washington Heights, by means of which she now supported the family. He spent his days and evenings hanging around real estate haunts as a penniless drunkard does around liquor shops. He was always importuning Dora for a couple of $100, for a "sure thing." This was often the cause of an altercation. Quarrels had, in fact, never been such a frequent occurrence in the house as they had been since he lost his money in real estate, and one of his favorite thrusts in the course of these brawls was to allude to me. "If Levinsky asked you for money, you would not refuse him, would you?" he would taunt her. Now that he had met me at the curb, he had taken it into his head that his jealousy had worn off long since, and that he had the best of feelings for me. His heart was set upon regaining my friendship. He had spoken to her of our meeting as a predestined thing that was to result in my letting him in on some of my deals. Dora, however, felt sure that a renewal of our acquaintance would only rekindle the worst forms of his jealousy and make life impossible to her. She dreaded to imagine it. We spoke of Lucy again. It was so stirring to think of her as a mother. Dora told me that Lucy's husband was in the jewelry business and quite well to do. She rose to go. I escorted her, continuing to question her about Lucy, Danny, her husband. It would have been natural for me to take her out by way of my private little corridor. but I preferred to pilot her through my luxurious showrooms. We found 2 customers there to whom some of my office men and a designer were showing our line. I greeted the customers and, turning to Dora again, I asked her to finish an interrupted remark. We paused by one of the windows. What she was saying about Lucy was beginning to puzzle me. She did not seem to be pleased with her daughter's marriage. "She has 3 servants and a machine," she said with a peculiar smile. "She wanted it, and she got what she wanted." "Why?" I said, perplexed. "Everything is all right," she answered with another smile. We spoke in an undertone so that nobody could overhear us. The fact, however, that we were no longer alone had the effect of relieving our constraint. Dora unbent somewhat. A certain note of intimacy that had been lacking in our talk while we were by ourselves stole into it now that we were in the presence of other people. In the course of our love affair, she had often spoken to me of her determination not to let Lucy repeat her mistake, not to let her marry otherwise than a man she loved. We were both thinking of it at this minute, and it seemed to be tacitly understood between us that we were. At last I ventured to ask, "What's the trouble, Dora? Tell me all about it. It interests me very much." "I don't know whether there's anything to tell," she answered, coloring slightly. "She says she cares for her husband, and they really get along very well. He certainly worships her. Why shouldn't he? She is so beautiful, a regular flower, and he is old enough to be her father." "You don't say," I ejaculated with genuine distress. "She is satisfied." "Are you?" "As if it mattered whether I was or not. I had other ideas about her happiness, but I am only a mother and was not even born in this country. So what does my opinion amount to? I begged her not to break my heart, but she would have her automobile." "Perhaps she does love him." She shook her head ruefully. "She was quite frank about it. She called it being practical. She thought my ideas weren't American, that I was a dreamer. She talked that way ever since she was 18, in fact. 'I don't care if I marry a man with white hair, provided he can make a nice living for me,' she used to say. I thought it would drive me mad. And the girls she went with had the same ideas. When they got together, it would be, 'This girl married a fellow who's worth 100,000, and that girl goes with a fellow who's worth 500,000. If that's what they learn at college, what's the use going to college?'" "It's prosperity ideas," I suggested. "It's a temporary craze." "I don't care what it is. A girl should be a girl. She ought to think of love, of real happiness." Her glance seemed to be the least bit unsteady. "But I ain't practical. Don't you know? Exactly what my mother, peace upon her," this in Hebrew, "used to say. She, too, did not think it was necessary to be in love with the man you marry. But then she did not go to college, not even to school. Of what good is education then?" It was evident that she spoke from an overflowing heart, and that she could speak for hours on the subject. But she cut herself short and took another tack. "You must not think her husband is a kike, though," she said. "He is no fool, and he writes a pretty good English letter, and he is a very nice man." She started to go. "Tell me some more about Danny," I said on our way to the elevator. "He's going to college, always first or second in his class, and one of the best men on the football team, too." She smiled, the first radiant smile I had seen on her that morning. "He's all right," she continued, and in Yiddish, "He is my only consolation." And again in English, "If it wasn't for him, life wouldn't be worth living. Goodbye," she said as we paused in front of the elevator door. "Don't forget what I told you. She was ill at ease again. The elevator came down from the upper floors. We shook hands and she entered it. It sank out of sight. I stood still for a second and then returned to my private office with a sense of relief and sadness. My heart was full of love for Anna. End of chapter 6. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Summerville, South Carolina. Book 13, Chapter 7 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by CAHAN. Book 13, At Her Father's House, Chapter 7. In a vague, timid way, I had been planning to propose to Anna all along. My meeting with Dora gave these plans shape. Her unexpected visit revived in my mind the whole history of my acquaintance with her. I said to myself, it was through tenacity and persistence that I won her. It was persistence, too, that gave me success in business. Anna is a meek, good-natured girl. She has far less backbone than Dora. I can win her, and I will. It seemed so convincing. It was like a discovery. It aroused the fighting blood in my veins. I was throbbing with love and determination. I was priming myself for a formal proposal. I expected to take her by storm. I was only waiting for an opportunity. In case she said no, I was prepared for a long and vigorous campaign. I won't give her up. She shall be mine, whether she wants it or not, I said to myself again and again. These soliloquies would go on in my mind at all hours and in all kinds of circumstances, while I was pushing my way through a crowded streetcar, while I was listening to some of Bender's scoldings, while I was parleying with some real estate man over a piece of property. They often made me so absent-minded that I would pace the floor of my hotel room, for instance, with one foot socked and the other bare, and then distressedly search for the other sock, which was in my hand. One morning, as I sat at my mahogany desk in my office, with the telephone receiver to my ear, waiting to be connected with a banker, I said to myself, women like a man with a strong will. My very persistence will fascinate her. And this, too, seemed like a discovery to me. The banker answered my call. It was an important matter, yet all the while I spoke or listened to him, I was conscious of having hit upon an invincible argument in support of my hope that Anna would be mine. At last I thought I saw my opportunity. It was an evening in April. According to the Jewish calendar, it was the first Passover night, when Israel's liberation from the bondage of Egypt is commemorated by a feast and family reunion, which form the greatest event in the domestic life of our people. 2 years before, when I was engaged to Fanny, I deeply regretted not being able to spend the great evening at her father's table. This time I was an invited guest at the Tevkins'. They were not a religious family by any means. Tevkin had been a free thinker since his early manhood, and his wife, the daughter of the Jewish Ingersoll, had been born and bred in an atmosphere of aggressive atheism, and so religious faith never had been known in their house. Of late years, however, that is, since Tevkin had espoused the cause of Zionism or nationalism, he had insisted on the Passover feast every year. He contended that to him it was not a religious ceremony, but merely a national custom. But about this his children were beginning to have their doubts. It seemed to them that the older their father grew, the less sure he was of his free thought. They suspected that he was getting timid about it, fearful of the hereafter. As a rule, they saw only the humorous side of the change that was apparently coming over him, but sometimes they would awaken to the pathos of it. As we all sat in the library, waiting to be called to the great feast, he delivered himself of a witticism at the expense of the prospective ceremony. "You needn't take his atheism seriously, Mr. Levinsky," said Anna, the sound of my name on her lips sending a thrill of delight through me. "Way down at the bottom of his heart, Father is getting to be really religious, I'm afraid." And, as though taking pity on him, she crossed over to where he sat and nestled up to him in a manner that put a choking sensation into my throat and filled me with an impulse to embrace them both. At last the signal was given, and we filed down into the dining room. A long table, flanked by 2 rows of chairs, with a sofa instead of the usual armchair at its head, was set with bottles of wine, bottles of mead, wine glasses, and little piles of matzos, thin, flat cakes of unleavened bread. The sofa was cushioned with 2 huge Russian pillows, enclosed in fresh white cases, for the master of the house to lean on, in commemoration of the freedom and ease which came to the children of Israel upon their deliverance from Egypt. Placed on 3 covered matzos within easy reach of the master were a shank bone, an egg, some horseradish, salt water, and a mush made of nuts and wine. These were symbols, the shank bone being a memorial of the Paschal lamb, and the egg of the other sacrifices brought during the festival in ancient times, while the horseradish and the salt water represented the bitter work that the sons of Israel had to do for Pharaoh, and the mush, the lime and mortar from which they made brick for him. A small book lay in front of each seat. That was the story of the deliverance, in the ancient Hebrew text, accompanied by an English translation. Moisey, the uncompromising atheist and internationalist, was demonstratively absent, much to the distress of his mother and resentment of his father. His biblical-looking wife was at the table. So were Elsie and Emile. They were as uncompromising in their atheism as Moisey, but they had consented to attend the quaint supper to please their parents. As to Anna, Sasha, and George, each of them had his or her socialism diluted with some species of nationalism, so they were here as a matter of principle, their theory being that the Passover feast was one of the things that emphasized the unity of the Jews of all countries. But even they, and even Tevkin himself, treated it all partly as a joke. In the case of the poet, however, it was quite obvious that his levity was pretended. For all his jesting and frivolity, he looked nervous. I could almost see the memories of his childhood days which the scene evoked in his mind. I could feel the solemnity that swelled his heart. It appeared that this time he had decided to add to the ceremony certain features which he had forgotten on the previous few Passover festivals he had observed. He was now bent upon having a Passover feast service precisely like the one he had seen his father conduct, not omitting even the white shroud which his father had worn on the occasion. As a consequence, several of these details were a novel sight to his children. A white shroud lay ready for him on his sofa, and as he slipped it on, with smiles and blushes, there was an outburst of mirth. "Oh, Daddy!" Anna shouted. "Father looks like a Catholic priest," said Emil. "Don't say that, Emil," I rebuked him. Fun was made of the big white pillows upon which Tevkin leaned, king-like, and of the piece of unleavened bread which he hid under them for Gracie to steal. As he raised the first of the 4 cups of wine, he said solemnly, with an effort of shaking off all pretense of flippancy, "Well, let us raise our glasses. Let us drink the first cup." We all did so, and he added, "This is the 4th of July of our unhappy people." After the glasses were drained and refilled, he said, "Scenes like this bind us to the Jews of the whole world, and not only to those living, but to the past generations as well. This is no time for speaking of the Christian religion, but as I look at this wine, an idea strikes me which I cannot help submitting. The Christians drink wine, imagining that it is the blood of Jesus. Well, the wine we are drinking tonight reminds me of the martyr blood of our massacred brethren of all ages." Anna gave me a merry wink. I felt myself one of the family. I was in the 7th heaven. She seemed to be particularly attentive to me this evening. "I shall speak to her tonight," I decided. "I shan't wait another day." And the fact that she was a nationalist and not an unqualified socialist like Elsie, for instance, seemed to me a new source of encouragement. I was in a quiver of blissful excitement. The 4 questions are usually asked by the youngest son, but Emil, the internationalist, could not be expected to take an active part in the ceremony, so Sasha, the Zionist, took his place. Sasha, however, did not read Hebrew, and old Tevkin had to be content with having the 4 questions read in English, the general answer to them being given by Tevkin and myself in Hebrew. It reminded me of an operatic performance in which the part of Faust, for instance, is sung in French, while that of Margarita is performed in some other language. We went on with the story of the deliverance. Tevkin made frequent pauses to explain and comment upon the text, often with a burst of oratory. Mrs. Tevkin and some of the children were obviously bored. Gracie pleaded hunger. Finally, the end of the first part of the story was reached and supper was served. It was a typical Passover supper with matzo balls, and it was an excellent repast. Everybody was talkative and gay. I addressed some remarks to Anna, and she received them all cordially. By way of attesting her recognition of Passover as a national holiday, she was in festive array, wearing her newest dress, a garment of blue taffeta embroidered in old rose with a crepe collar of gray. It mellowed the glow of her healthful pink complexion. She was the most beautiful creature at the table, excluding neither her picturesque younger brother nor her majestic old mother. She shone. She flooded my soul with ecstasy. Tevkin's religion was Judaism, Zionism. Mine was Anna. The second half of the story is usually read with less pomp and circumstance than the first, many a passage in it being often skipped altogether. So Tevkin dismissed us all, remaining alone at the table to chant the 3 final ballads, which he had characterized to his children as charming bits of folklore. When Mrs. Tevkin, the children, and myself were mounting the stairs leading up from the dining room, I was by Anna's side, my nerves as taut as those of a soldier waiting for the command to charge. I charged sooner than I expected. "Sasha asked the 4 questions," I found myself saying. "There is one question which I should like to ask of you, Miss Tevkin." I said it so simply and at a moment so little suited to a proposal of marriage that the trend of my words was lost upon her. "Something about Jewish nationalism?" she asked. "About that and about something else." We were passing through the hallway now. When we entered the library, I took her into a corner, and before we were seated, I said, "Well, my question has really nothing to do with nationalism. It's quite another thing I want to ask of you. Don't refuse me. Marry me. Make me happy." She listened like one stunned. "I am terribly in love with you," I added. "Oh!" she then exclaimed. Her delicate pink skin became a fiery red. She looked down and shook her head with confused stiffness. "I see you are taken aback. Take a seat. Get your bearings," I said lightly, pulling up a chair that stood nearby, "and say yes." "Why, that's impossible," she said with an awkward smile, without seating herself. "I need not tell you that I have long since changed my mind about you." "I am no more repellent, am I?" I jested. "No, not at all," she returned with another smile. "But what you say is quite another thing. I am very sorry indeed." She made to move away from me, but I checked her. "That does not discourage me," I said. "I'll just go on loving you and waiting for a favorable answer. You are still unjust to me. You don't know me well enough. Anyhow, I can't give you up. I won't give you up." "That's it," I thought. "I am speaking like a man of firm purpose. I am resolved to win you." "Oh, that's entirely out of the question," she said with a gesture of impatience and finality. And bursting into tears of childlike indignation, she added, "Father assured me you would never hint at such a thing, never. If you mean to persist, then—" The sentence was left eloquently unfinished. She turned away, walked over to her mother, and took a seat by her side, like a little girl mutely seeking her mamma's protection. The room seemed to be in a whirl. I felt the cold perspiration break out on my forehead. I was conscious of Mrs. Tevkin's and Elsie's glances. I was sick at heart. Anna's bitter resentment was a black surprise to me. I had a crushing sense of final defeat. End of chapter 7. End of book 13. At Her Father's House. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Somerville, South Carolina.
Book 14, Chapter 1. The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 14, Episodes of a Lonely Life. Chapter 1. It was a severe blow. It caused me indescribable suffering. It would not have been unnatural to attribute my fiasco to my age. Had I been 10 years younger, Anna's attitude toward me might have been different, but this point of view I loathed to accept. Instead, I put the blame on Anna's environment. I was in the enemy's country there, I would muse. The atmosphere around her was against me. I hated the socialists with a novel venom. Finally, I pulled myself together. Then it was that I discovered the real condition of my affairs. I had gone into those speculations far deeper than I could afford. There were indications that made me seriously uneasy. Things were even worse than Bender imagined. Ruin stared me in the face. I was panic-stricken. One day I had the head of a large woolen concern lunch with me in a private dining room of a well-known hotel. He was dignifiedly steel gray, and he had the appearance of a college professor or successful physician rather than of a businessman. He liked me. I had long been one of his most important customers, and I had always sought to build up a good record with him. For example, other clock manufacturers would exact allowances for merchandise that proved to have some imperfection. I never do so. It was the rule of my house never to put in a claim for such things. In the majority of cases the goods can be cut so as to avoid any loss of material, and if it cannot, I will sustain the small loss rather than incur the mill's disfavor. In the long run it pays. And so this cloth merchant was well disposed toward me. He had done me some favors before. He addressed me as Dave. There was a note of condescension as well as of admiration in this Dave of his. It implied that I was a shrewd fellow and an excellent customer, singularly successful and reliable, but that I was his inferior, all the same, a Jew, a social pariah. At the bottom of my heart I considered myself his superior, finding an amusing discrepancy between his professorial face and the crudity of his intellectual interests. But he was a Gentile and an American and a much wealthier man than I, so I looked up to him. To make my appeal as effective as possible, I initiated him into the human side of my troubles. I told him of my unfortunate courtship, as well as of the real estate ventures into which it had led me. He was interested and moved, and, as he had confidence in me, he granted my request at once. "It's all right, Dave," he said, slapping my back, a queer look in his eye. "You can always count on me. Only throw that girl out of your mind." I grasped his hand silently. I wanted to say something, but the words stuck in my throat. He helped me out of my difficulties, and I devoted myself to the cloak business with fresh energy. The agonies of my love for Anna were more persistent than those I had suffered after I moved out of Dora's house. But somehow, instead of interfering with my business activities, these agonies stimulated them. I was like the victim of a toothache who seeks relief in hard work. I toiled day and night, entering into the minutest detail of the business and performing duties that were ordinarily left to some inferior employee. Business was good. Things went humming. Bender, who now had an interest in my factory, was happy. Some time later the same woolen man who had come to my assistance did me another good turn, one that brought me a rich harvest of profits. A certain weave was in great vogue that season, the demand far exceeding the output, and it so happened that the mill of the man with the professorial face was one of the very few that produced that fabric. So he let me have a much larger supply of it than any other cloak manufacturer in the country was able to obtain. My business then took a great leap, while my overhead expenses remained the same. My net profits exceeded $200,000 that year. One afternoon in the summer of the same year, as I walked along Broadway in the vicinity of Canal Street, my attention was attracted by a shabby, white-haired, feeble-looking old peddler with a wide, sneering mouth, who seemed disquietingly familiar, and in whom I gradually recognized one of my Antomir teachers, one of those who used to punish me for the sins of the other pupils. The past suddenly sprang into life with detailed, colorful vividness. The black pit of poverty in which I had been raised, my misery at school, where I had been treated as an outcast and a scapegoat because my mother could not afford even the few pennies that were charged for my tuition, the joy of my childish existence in spite of that gloom and martyrdom, all this rose from the dead before me. The poor old peddler I now saw trying to cross Broadway was Shmerl the Pincher, the man with whom my mother had a pinching and hair-pulling duel after she found the marks of his cruelty on my young body. He had been one of the most heartless of my tormentors, yet it was so brilliantly sweet to see him in New York. In my school days I would dream of becoming a rich and influential man and wreaking vengeance upon my brutal teachers, more especially upon Shmerl the Pincher and the Cossack, the man whose little daughter, Sarah Leah, had been the heroine of my first romance. I now rushed after Shmerl, greatly excited, one of the feelings in my heart being a keen desire to help him. A tangle of wagons and trolley cars caused me some delay. I stood gazing at him restively as he picked his weary way. I had known him as a young man, although to my childish eye he had looked old. A strong fellow, probably of 28, with jet black side whiskers and beard, with bright black eyes and alert movements. At the time I saw him on Broadway he must have been about 60, but he looked much older. As I was thus waiting impatiently for the cars to start so that I could cross the street and greet him, a cold, practical voice whispered to me, "Why court trouble? Leave him alone." My exultation was gone. The spell was broken. The block was presently relieved, but I did not stir. Instead of crossing the street and accosting the old man, I stood still, following him with my eyes until he vanished from view. Then I resumed my walk up Broadway. As I trudged along, a feeling of compunction took hold of me. By way of defending myself before my conscience, I tried to think of the unmerited beatings he used to give me, but it was of no avail. The idea of avenging myself on this decrepit, tattered old peddler for what he had done more than 30 years before made me feel small. Poor devil, I must help him, I said to myself. I was conscious of a desire to go back and to try to overtake him, but I did not. The desire was a meandering, sluggish sort of feeling. The spell was broken irretrievably. Chapter 2. The following winter chance brought me together with Matilda. On this occasion our meeting was of a pleasanter nature than the one which had taken place at Cooper Institute. It was in a Jewish theater. She and another woman, accompanied by 4 men, one of whom was Matilda's husband, were occupying a box adjoining one in which were the Chaikins and myself and from which it was separated by a low partition. The performance was given for the benefit of a society in which Mrs. Chaikin was an active member, and it was she who had made me pay for the box and solemnly promise to attend the performance. Not that I maintained a snobbish attitude toward the Jewish stage. I went to see Yiddish plays quite often, in fact, but these were all of the better class. Our stage has made considerable headway, whereas the one that had been selected by Mrs. Chaikin's society was of the historical opera variety, a hodgepodge of tear-wringing vaudeville and laughter-compelling high tragedy. I should have bought 10 boxes of Mrs. Chaikin if she had only let me stay away from the performance. But her heart was set upon showing me off to the other members of the organization, and I had to come. It was on a Monday morning. As I entered the box, my eyes met Matilda's, and, contrary to my will, I bowed to her. To my surprise, she acknowledged my salutation heartily. The curtain rose. Men in velvet tunics and plumed hats were saying something, but I was more conscious of Matilda's proximity and of her cordial recognition of my nod than of what was going on the stage. Presently a young man and a girl entered our box and occupied two of our vacant chairs. Mrs. Chaikin thought they had been invited by me, and when she discovered that they had not, there was a suppressed row, she calling upon them to leave the box, and they nonchalantly refusing to stir from their seats, pleading that they meant to stay only as long as there was no one else to occupy them. Our box was beginning to attract attention. There were angry outcries of "Shh! Shut up!" Matilda looked at me sympathetically, and we exchanged smiles. Finally an usher came into our box and the two intruders were ejected. When the curtain had dropped on the first act, Matilda invited me into her box. When I entered it, she introduced me to her husband and her other companions as a fellow townsman of hers. Seen at close range, her husband looked much younger than she, but it did not take me long to discover that he was wrapped up in her. His beard was smaller and more neatly trimmed than it had looked at the Cooper Institute meeting, but it still ill became him. He had an unsophisticated smile, which I thought suggestive of a man playing on a flute, and which emphasized the discrepancy between his weak face and his reputation for pluck. An intermission in a Jewish theater is almost as long as an act. During the first few minutes of our chat Matilda never alluded to Antomir, nor to what had happened between us at Cooper Institute. She made merry over the advertisements on the curtain and over the story of the play, explaining that the box had been forced on one of her companions, and that they had all come to see what historical opera was like. She commented upon the musicians who were playing a Jewish melody and on some of the scenes that were being enacted in the big auditorium. The crowd was buzzing and smiling good-humoredly, with a general air of family-like sociability, some eating apple or candy. The faces of some of the men were much in need of a shave. Most of the women were in shirt waists. Altogether the audience reminded one of a crowd at a picnic. A boy tottering under the weight of a basket laden with candy and fruit was singing his wares. A pretty young woman stood in the center aisle near the second row of seats, her head thrown back, her eyes fixed on the first balcony, her plump body swaying and swaggering to the music. One man seated in a box across the theater from us was trying to speak to somebody in the box above ours. We could not hear what he said, but his mimicry was eloquent enough. Holding out a box of candy, he was facetiously offering to shoot some of its contents into the mouth of the person he was addressing. One woman in an orchestra seat near our box was discussing the play with a woman in front of her. She could be heard all over the theater. She was in ecstasies over the prima donna. "I tell you she can kill a person with her singing," she said admiringly. "She tugs me by the heart and makes it melt. I never felt so heartbroken in my life. May she live long." This was the first opportunity I had had to take a good look at Matilda since she had come to New York. for our first meeting had been so brief and so embarrassing to me that I had come away from it without a clear impression of her appearance. At first I found it difficult to look her in the face. The passionate kisses I had given her 23 years before seemed to be staring me out of countenance. She, however, was perfectly unconstrained and smiled and laughed with contagious exuberance. As we chatted, I now and again grew absent-minded, indulging in a mental comparison between the woman who was talking to me and the one who had made me embrace her and so cruelly trifled with my passion shortly before she raised the money for my journey to America. The change that the years had wrought in her appearance was striking, and yet it was the same Matilda. Her brown eyes were still sparklingly full of life, and her mouth retained the sensuous expression of her youth. This and her abrupt gestures gave her provocative charm. Nevertheless, she left me calm. It was an indescribable pleasure to be with her, but my love for her was as dead as were the days when I lodged in a synagogue. She never alluded to those days. To listen to her, one would have thought that we had been seeing a great deal of each other all along, and that small talk was the most natural kind of conversation for us to carry on. All at once, and quite irrelevantly, she said, "I'm awfully glad to see you again. I did not treat you properly that time, at the meeting, I mean. Afterward, I was very sorry." "Were you?" I asked, flippantly. "I wanted to write you, to ask you to come to see me, but well, you know how it is. Tell me something about yourself. At this minute the 23 years seem like 23 weeks, but this is no time to talk about it." "One wants hours, not a minute or two. I know, of course, that you are a rich man. Are you a happy man? But no, don't answer now. The curtain will soon rise. Go back to your box and come in again after the next act, will you?" She ordered me about, as she had done during my stay at her mother's house, which offended and pleased me at once. During the whole of the second act I looked at the stage without seeing or hearing anything. The time when I fell in love with Matilda sprang into life again. It really seemed as though the 23 years were 23 weeks. My mother's death, her funeral, Abner's court, the uniformed old furrier with the side whiskers, his wife with her crutches, Naphtali with his curly hair and near-sighted eyes, Reb Sender, his wife, the bully of the old synagogue, Matilda's mother, and her old servant, all the human figures and things that filled the eventful last 2 years of my life at home loomed up with striking vividness before me. Matilda's affable greeting and her intimate brief talk were a surprise to me. Did I appeal to her as the fellow who had once kissed her? Had she always remembered me with a gleam of romantic interest? Did I stir her merely as she stirred me, as a living fragment of her past? Or was she trying to cultivate me in the professional interests of her husband, who was practicing medicine in Harlem? When the curtain had fallen again, Matilda made her husband change seats with me. I was to stay by her side through the rest of the performance. The partition between the two boxes being only waist high, the two parties were practically joined into one and everybody was satisfied. Everybody except Mrs. Chaikin. "I suppose our company isn't good enough for Mr. Levinsky," she said aloud. When the performance was over, we all went to Lorber's, the most pretentious restaurant on the East Side. Matilda and I were mostly left to ourselves. We talked of our native town and of her pious mother who had died a few years before. But we carefully avoided the few weeks which I had spent in her mother's house, when Matilda had encouraged my embraces. In answer to my questions, she told me something of her own and her husband's revolutionary exploits. She spoke boastfully and yet reluctantly of these things, as if it were a sacrilege to discuss them with a man who was, after all, a money bag. My impression was that they lived very modestly and that they were more interested in their socialist affairs than in their income. My theory that she wanted her husband to profit by her acquaintance with me seemed to be exploded. She reminded me of Elsie and her whole-hearted devotion to socialism. We mostly spoke in Yiddish, and our Antomer enunciation was like a bond of kinship between us. And yet I felt that she spoke to me in the patronizing, didactical way which one adopts with a foreigner, as though the world to which she belonged was one whose interests were beyond my comprehension. She inquired about my early struggles and subsequent successes. I told her of the studies I had pursued before I went into business, of the English classics I had read, and of my acquaintance with Spencer. "Do you remember what you told me about becoming an educated man?" I said eagerly. "Your words were always ringing in my ears. It was owing to them that I studied for admission to college. I was crazy to be a college man, but fate ordained otherwise. To this day I regret it." In dwelling on my successes I felt that I was too effusive and emphatic, but I went on bragging in spite of myself. I tried to correct the impression I was making on her by boasting of the sums I had given to charity, but this made me feel smaller than ever. However, my talk did not seem to arouse any criticism in her mind. She listened to me as she might to the tale of a child. Referring to my unmarried state, she said with unfeigned sympathy: "This is really no life. You ought to get married." And she added gaily: "If you ever marry, you mustn't neglect to invite me to the wedding." "I certainly won't, you may be sure of that," I said. "You must come to see me. I'll call you up on the telephone some day and we'll arrange it." "I shall be very glad indeed." I departed in a queer state of mind. Her present identity failed to touch a romantic chord in my heart. She was simply a memory, like Dora. But as a memory she had rekindled some of the old yearning in me. I was still in love with Anna, but at this moment I was in love both with her and with the Matilda of 23 years before. But this intense feeling for Matilda as a monument of my past self did not last 2 days. The invitation she had promised to telephone never came. I came across a man whom I used to see at the Tevkins', and one of the things he told me was that Anna had recently married a high school teacher. End of chapter 2. Book 14, Chapter 3. The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 14. Episodes of a Lonely Life. Chapter 3. The real estate boom collapsed. The cause of the catastrophe lay in the nature, or rather in the unnaturalness of the get-rich-quick epidemic. The immediate cause, however, was a series of rent strikes inspired and engineered by the Jewish socialists through their Yiddish daily. One of the many artificialities of the situation had been a progressive inflation of rent values. Houses had been continually changing hands, being bought not as a permanent investment but for speculation, whereupon each successive purchaser would raise rents as a means of increasing the market price of his temporary property. And so the socialists had organized a crusade that filled the municipal courts with dispossess cases and turned the boom into a panic. Hundreds of people who had become rich overnight now became worse than penniless overnight. The Ghetto was full of dethroned kings for a day only. It seemed as if it all really had been a dream. One of the men whose quickly made little fortune burst like a bubble was poor Tevkin. I wonder how his children took the socialist rent strikes. Nor did I escape uninjured when the crisis broke loose. I still had a considerable sum in real estate, all my efforts to extricate it having proved futile. My holdings were rapidly depreciating. In hundreds of cases similar to mine, equities were wiped out through the speculator's inability to pay interest on mortgages or even taxes. To be sure, things did not come to such a pass in my case, but then some of the city lots or improved property in which I was interested had been hit so hard as to be no longer worth the mortgages on them. Volodsky lost almost everything except his courage and speculative spirit. "Oh, it will come back," he once said to me, speaking of the boom. When I urged that it had been an unnatural growth, he retorted that it was the collapse of the boom which was unnatural. He was scheming some sort of syndicate again. "It requires no money to make a lot of money," he said. "All it does require is brains and some good luck." Nevertheless, he coveted some of my money for his new scheme. He did not succeed with me, but he found other angels. He was now quite in his element in the American atmosphere of breathless enterprise and breakneck speed. When the violence of the crisis had quieted down, building operations were resumed on a more natural basis. Men like Volodsky, with hosts of carpenters, bricklayers, plumbers, all Russian or Galician Jews, continued to build up the Bronx, Washington Heights, and several sections of Brooklyn. Vast areas of meadow land and rock were turned by them, as by a magic wand, into densely populated avenues and streets of brick and mortar. Under the spell of their activity, cities larger than Odessa sprang within the confines of Greater New York in the course of 3 or 4 years. Mrs. Chaikin came out of her speculations more than safe. She and her husband, who is still in my employ, own half a dozen tenement houses. One day, on the first of the month, I met her in the street with a large handbag and a dignified mien. She was out collecting rent. Chapter 4 It was the spring of 1910. The 25th anniversary of my coming to America was drawing near. The day of an immigrant's arrival in his new home is like a birthday to him. Indeed, it is more apt to claim his attention and to warm his heart than his real birthday. Some of our immigrants do not even know their birthday, but they all know the day when they came to America. It is landing day with red capital letters. This, at any rate, is the case with me. The day upon which I was born often passes without my being aware of it. The day when I landed in Hoboken, on the other hand, never arrives without my being fully conscious of the place it occupies in the calendar of my life. Is it because I do not remember myself coming into the world, while I do remember my arrival in America? However that may be, the advent of that day invariably puts me in a sentimental mood which I never experience on the day of my birth. It was 1910 then, and the 25th anniversary of my coming was near at hand. Thoughts of the past filled me with mixed joy and sadness. I was overcome with a desire to celebrate the day. But with whom? Usually this is done by "ship brothers," as East Siders call fellow immigrants who arrive here on the same boat. It came back to me that I had such a ship brother, and that it was Gitelson. Poor Gitelson! He was still working at his trade. I had not seen him for years, but I had heard of him from time to time, and I knew that he was employed by a lady's tailor at custom work somewhere in Brooklyn. The custom tailoring shop he had once started for himself had proved a failure. Also, I knew how to reach a brother-in-law of his. The upshot was that I made an appointment with Gitelson for him to be at my office on the great day at 12 o'clock. I did so without specifying the object of the meeting, but I expected that he would know. Finally the day arrived. It was a few minutes to 12. I was alone in my private office, all in a fidget, as if the meeting I was expecting were a love tryst. Reminiscences and reflections were flitting incoherently through my mind. Some of the events of the day which I was about to celebrate loomed up like a ship seen in the distance. My eye swept the expensive furniture of my office. I thought of the way my career had begun. I thought of the Friday evening when I met Gitelson on Grand Street, he an American dandy and I in tatters. The fact that it was upon his advice and with his $10 that I had become a cloak maker stood out as large as life before me. A great feeling of gratitude welled up in me, of gratitude and of pity for my tattered self of those days. Dear, kind Gitelson! Poor fellow, he was still working with his needle. I was seized with a desire to do something for him. I had never paid him those $10, so I was going to do so with substantial interest now. I shall spend a few $100s on him, nay, a few thousand, I said to myself. I shall buy him a small business. Let him end his days in comfort. Let him know that his ship brother is like a real brother to him. It was 20 minutes after 12, and I was still waiting for the telephone to announce him. My suspense became insupportable. Is he going to disappoint me, the idiot? I wondered. Presently the telephone trilled. I seized the receiver. "Mr. Gitelson wishes to see Mr. Levinsky," came the familiar pipe of my switchboard girl. "He says he has an appointment." "Let him come in at once," I flashed. 2 minutes later he was in my room. His forelock was still the only bunch of gray hair on his head, but his face was pitifully wizened. He was quite neatly dressed, as trained tailors will be, even when they are poor, and at some distance I might have failed to perceive any change in him. At close range, however, his appearance broke my heart. "Do you know what sort of a day this is?" I asked, after shaking his hand warmly. "I should think I did," he answered sheepishly. "25 years ago, at this time." He was at a loss for words. "Yes, it is 25 years, Gitelson," I rejoined. I was going to indulge in reminiscences, to compare memories with him, but changed my mind. I would rather not speak of our landing day until we were seated at a dining table and after we had drunk its toast in champagne. "Come, let us have lunch together," I said simply. I took him to the Waldorf Astoria, where a table had been reserved for us in a snug corner. Gitelson was extremely bashful, and his embarrassment infected me. He was apparently at a loss to know what to do with the various glasses, knives, forks. It was evident that he had never sat at such a table before. The French waiter, who was silently officious, seemed to be inwardly laughing at both of us. At the bottom of my heart I cow before waiters to this day. Their white shirt fronts, reticence, and pompous bows make me feel as if they saw through me and ridiculed my ways. They make me feel as if my expensive clothes and ways ill became me. "Here is good health, Gitelson," I said in plain old Yiddish, as we touched glasses. "Let us drink to the day when we arrived in Castle Garden." There was something forced, studied in the way I uttered these words. I was disgusted with my own voice. Gitelson only simpered. He drained his glass, and the champagne, to which he was not accustomed, made him tipsy at once. I tried to talk of our ship, of the cap he had lost, of his timidity when we had found ourselves in Castle Garden, of the policeman whom I asked to direct us. But Gitelson only nodded and grinned and tittered. I realized that I had made a mistake, that I should have taken him to a more modest restaurant. But then the chasm between him and me seemed to be too wide for us to celebrate as ship brothers in any place. "By the way, Gitelson, I owe you something," I said, producing a $10 bill. "It was with your $10 that I learned to be a clock operator and entered the cloak trade. Do you remember?" I was going to add something about my desire to help him in some substantial way, but he interrupted me. "Sure I do," he said with inebriate shamefacedness, as he received the money and shoved it into the inside pocket of his vest. "It had brought you good luck, hasn't it? And how about the interest? Hey, 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 hey. You've kept it over 23 years. The interest must be quite a little." "Of course I'll pay you the interest and more, too. You shall get a check." "Oh, I was only joking." "But I am not joking. You are going to get a check, all right." He revolted me. I made out a check for $200, tore it, and made out one for $500. He flushed, scanned the figure, giggled, hesitated, and finally folded the check and pushed it into his inner vest pocket, thanking me with drunken ardor. Some time later I was returning to my office, my heart heavy with self-disgust and sadness. In the evening I went home to the loneliness of my beautiful hotel lodgings. My heart was still heavy with distaste and sadness. CHAPTER V. Gussie, the finisher girl to whom I had once made love with a view to marrying her for her money, worked in the vicinity of my factory, and I met her from time to time on the avenue. We kept up our familiar tone of former days. We would pose, exchange some banter, and go our separate ways. She was over 50 now. She looked haggard and dried up, and her hair was copiously shot with gray. One afternoon she told me she had changed her shop, naming her new employer. "Is it a good place to work in?" I inquired. "Oh, it's as good or as bad as any other place," she replied with a gay smile. "Mine is good," I jested. "That's what they all say." "Come to work for me and see for yourself." "Will I get good wages?" "Yes." "How much?" "Any price you name." "Look at him," she said, as though addressing a third person. "Look at the new millionaire." "It might have been all yours, but you did not think I was good enough for you." "You can keep it all to yourself and welcome." "Well, will you come to work?" "You can't do without me, can you? He can't get finisher girls, the poor fellow. Well, how much will you pay me?" We agreed upon the price, but on taking leave she said: "I was joking." "What do you mean? Don't you want to work for me, Gussie?" She shook her head. "Why?" "I don't want you to think I begrudged you your millions. We'll be better friends at a distance. Good by." "You are a funny girl, Gussie. Good by." A short time after this conversation I had trouble with the cloak makers' union, of which Gussie was one of the oldest and most loyal members. The cause of the conflict was an operator named Blitt, a native of Antomir, who had been working in my shop for some months. He was a spare little fellow, with a nose so compressed at the nostrils that it looked as though it was inhaling some sharp, pleasant odor. It gave his face a droll appearance, but his eyes, dark and large, were very attractive. I had known him as a small boy in my birthplace, where he belonged to a much better family than I. When Blitt was invited to join the Levinsky Antomir Society of my employees, he refused. It turned out that he was one of the active spirits of the union and also an ardent member of the Socialist Party. His foreman had not the courage to discharge him because of my well known predilections for natives of Antomir, so he reported him to me as a dangerous fellow. "He isn't going to blow up the building, is he?" I said lightly. "But he may do other mischief. He is one of the leaders of the union." "Let him lead." The next time I looked at Blitt I felt uncomfortable. His refusal to join my Antomir organization hurt me, and his activities in the union and at socialist gatherings kindled my rancor. His compressed nose revolted me now. I wanted to get rid of him. Not that I had remained inflexible in my views regarding the distribution of wealth in the world. Some of the best known people in the country were openly taking the ground that the poor man was not getting a square deal. To sympathize with organized labor was no longer bad form, some society women even doing picket duty for Jewish factory girls out on strike. Socialism, which used to be declared utterly un-American, had come to be almost a vogue. American colleges were leavened with it, while American magazines were building up stupendous circulations by exposing the corruption of the mighty. Public opinion had, during the past 2 decades, undergone a striking change in this respect. I had watched that change, and I could not but be influenced by it. For all my theorizing about the survival of the fittest and the dying off of the weaklings, I could not help feeling that in an abstract way The socialists were not altogether wrong. The case was different, however, when I considered it in connection with the concrete struggle of trade unionism, which, among the Jewish immigrants, was practically but another name for socialism, against low wages or high rent. I must confess, too, that the defeat with which I had met at Tevkin's house had greatly intensified my hostility to socialists. As I have remarked in a previous chapter, I ascribed my fiasco to the socialist atmosphere that surrounded Anna. I was embittered. The socialists were constantly harping on class struggle, class antagonism, class psychology. I would dismiss it all as absurd, but I did hate the trade unions, particularly those of the East Side. Altogether, there was too much socialism among the masses of the Ghetto, I thought. Blit now seemed to be the embodiment of this class antagonism. "Ah, he won't join my Antomir Society," I would storm and fume and writhe inwardly. That's a tacit protest against the whole society as an organization of slaves. It means that the society makes meek, obedient servants of my employees and helps me fleece them, as if they did not earn in my shop more than they would anywhere else, as if they could all get steady work outside my place. And what about the loans and all sorts of other favors they get from me? If they worked for their own fathers, they could not be treated better than they are treated here. I felt outraged. I rebuked myself for making much ado about nothing. Indeed, this was a growing weakness with me. Some trifle unworthy of consideration would get on my nerves and bother me like a grain of sand in the eye. Was I getting old? But no, I felt in the prime of life, full of vigor, and more active and more alive to the passions than a youth. Whenever I chanced to be on the floor where Blit worked, I would avoid looking in his direction. His presence irritated me. "Oh, ridiculous," I often thought. "One would imagine he is my conscience, and that's why I want to get rid of him." As a consequence, I dared not send him away, and, as a consequence of this, he irritated me more than ever. Finally, one afternoon, acting on the spur of the moment, I called his foreman to me and told him to discharge him. A committee of the union called on me. I refused to deal with them. The upshot was a strike, not merely for the return of Blit to my employment, but also for higher wages and the recognition of the union. The organization was not strong, and only a small number of my men were members of it. But when these went out, all the others followed their contagious example, the members of my Antomir Society not excepted. The police gave me ample protection, and there were thousands of cloak makers who remained outside the union, so that I soon had all the hands I wanted. But the conflict caused me all sorts of other mortifications. For one thing, it gave me no end of hostile publicity. The Socialist Yiddish Daily, which had an overwhelmingly wide circulation now, printed reports of meetings at which I had been hissed and hooted. I was accused of bribing corrupt politicians, who were supposed to help me suppress the strike by means of police clubs. I was charged with bringing disgrace upon the Jewish people. The thought of Tevkin reading these reports and of Anna hearing of them hurt me cruelly. I could see Moissey reveling in the hisses with which my name was greeted. And Elsie? Did she take part in some of the demonstrations against me? Were she and Anna collecting funds for my striking employees? The reports in the American papers also were inclined to favor the strikers. Public opinion was against me. What galled me worse than all, perhaps, was the sympathy shown for the strikers by some German Jewish financiers and philanthropists, men whose acquaintance it was the height of my ambition to cultivate, all of which only served to pour oil into the flames of my hatred for the union. Bender implored me to settle the strike. "The union doesn't amount to a row of pins," he urged. "A week or two after we settle, things will get back to their old state." "Where is your backbone, Bender?" I exploded. "If you had your way, those fellows would run the whole business. You have no sense of dignity, and yet you were born in America." I was always accompanied by a detective. One of the strikers was in my pay. Every morning at a fixed hour he would call at a certain hotel, where he reported the doings of the organization to Bender and myself. One of the things I thus learned was that the union was hard up and constantly exacting loans from Gussie and several other members who had savings bank accounts. One day, however, when the secretary appealed to her for a further loan with which to pay fines for arrested pickets and assist some of the neediest strikers, she flew into a passion. "What do you want of me, murderers that you are?" she cried, bursting into tears. "Haven't I done enough? Have you no hearts?" A minute or two later she yielded. Bleed me, cruel people that you are," she said, pointing at her heart as she started toward her savings bank. I was moved. When my spy had departed I paced the floor for some minutes. Then, pausing, I smilingly declared to Bender my determination to ask the union for a committee. He was overjoyed and shook my hand solemnly. One of my bookkeepers was to communicate with the strike committee in the afternoon. 2 hours before the time set for their meeting I saw in one of the afternoon papers an interview with the president of the union. His statements were so unjust to me, I thought, and so bitter, that the fighting blood was again up in my veins. But the image of Gussie giving her hard-earned money to help the strikers haunted me. The next morning I went to Atlantic City for a few days, letting Bender do as he pleased. The strike was compromised, the men obtaining a partial concession of their demands, and Blitt waiving his claim to his former job. End of chapter 5. Book 14, Chapter 6. The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 14. Episodes of a Lonely Life. Chapter 6. My business continued to grow. My consumption of raw material reached gigantic dimensions, so much so that at times when I liked a pattern I would buy up the entire output and sell some of it to smaller manufacturers at a profit. Gradually I abandoned the higher grades of goods, developing my whole business along the lines of popular prices. There are two cloak and suit houses that make a specialty of costly garments. These enjoy high reputations for taste and are the real arbiters of fashion in this country, one of the two being known in the trade as "little pens." but the combined volume of business of both these firms is much smaller than mine. My deals with one mill alone, the largest in the country and the one whose head had come to my rescue when my affairs were on the brink of a precipice, now exceeded $1,000,000 at a single purchase to be delivered in 7 months. The mills often sell me at a figure considerably lower than the general market price. They do so, first, because of the enormous quantities I buy, and, second, because of the boost a fabric receives from the very fact of being handled by my house. One day, for instance, I said to the president of a certain mill, "I like this cloth of yours. I feel like making a big thing of it, provided you can let me have an inside figure." We came to terms, and I gave him an advance order for 9,000 pieces. When smaller manufacturers and department store buyers heard that I had bought an immense quantity of that pattern, its success was practically established. As a consequence, the mill was in a position to raise the price of the cloth to others, so that it amply made up for the low figure at which it had sold the goods to me. Judged by the market price of the raw material, my profit on a garment did not exceed 50 cents, but I paid for the raw material 75 cents less than the market price, so that my total profit was $1.25. Still, there have been instances when I lost $75,000 in 1 month because goods fell in price, or because a certain style failed to move and I had to sell it below cost to get it out of the way. To be sure, cheaper goods are less likely to be affected by the caprices of style than higher grades, which is one of several reasons why I prefer to produce garments of popular prices. I do not employ my entire capital in my cloak business, half of it or more being invested in quick assets. Should I need more ready cash than I have, I could procure it at a lower rate than what those assets bring me. I can get $500,000 from 2 banks without rising from my desk, by merely calling those banks up on the telephone. For this I pay, say, 3.5 or 4%, for I am a desirable customer at the banks, and as my quick assets bring me an average of 5%, I make at least 1% on the money. Another way of making my money breed money is by early payments to the mills. Not only can I do without their credit, but I can afford to pay them 6 months in advance. This gives me an anticipation allowance at a rate of 6% per annum, while money costs me at the bank 3 or 4% per annum. All this is good sport. I own considerable stock in the very mills with which I do business, which has a certain moral effect on their relations with my house. For a similar purpose, I am a shareholder in the large mail order houses that buy cloaks and suits of me. I hold shares of some department stores also, but of late I have grown somewhat shy of this kind of investment, the future of a department store being as uncertain as the future of the neighborhood in which it is located. Mail order houses, on the other hand, have the whole country before them, and their overwhelming growth during past years was one of the conspicuous phenomena in the business life of the nation. I love to watch their operations spread over the map, and I love to watch the growth of American cities, the shifting of their shopping centers, the consequent vicissitudes, the decline of some houses, the rise of others. American Jews of German origin are playing a foremost part in the retail business of the country, large or small, and our people, Russian and Galician Jews, also are making themselves felt in it, being in many cases in partnership with Gentiles or with their own coreligionists of German descent. The king of the great mail order business, a man with an annual income of many millions, is the son of a Polish Jew. He is one of the two richest Jews in America, having built up his vast fortune in 10 or 15 years. As I have said before, I know hundreds, if not thousands of merchants, Jews and Gentiles, throughout this country and Canada, so I like to keep track of their careers. This, too, is good sport. Of course, it's essential to study the business map in the interests of my own establishment, but I find intellectual excitement in it as well, and, after all, I am essentially an intellectual man, I think. There are retailers in various sections of the country whom I have helped financially, former buyers, for example, who went into business on their own hook with my assistance. This is good business, for while these merchants must be left free to buy in the open market, they naturally give my house precedence. But here again, I must say in fairness to myself that business interest is not the only motive that induces me to do them these favors. Indeed, in some cases, I do it without even expecting to get my money back. It gives me moral satisfaction, for which money is no measure of value. Chapter 7. Am I happy? There are moments when I am overwhelmed by a sense of my success and ease. I become aware that thousands of things which had formerly been forbidden fruit to me are at my command now. I distinctly recall that crushing sense of being debarred from everything, and then I feel as though the whole world were mine. One day I paused in front of an old East Side restaurant that I had often passed in my days of need and despair. The feeling of desolation and envy with which I used to peek in its windows came back to me. It gave me pangs of self-pity for my past and a thrilling sense of my present power. The prices that had once been prohibitive seemed so wretchedly low now. On another occasion I came across a Canal Street merchant of whom I used to buy goods for my push cart. I said to myself, there was a time when I used to implore this man for $10 worth of goods, when I regarded him as all-powerful and feared him. Now he would be happy to shake hands with me. I recalled other people whom I used to fear and before whom I used to humiliate myself because of my poverty. I thought of the time when I had already entered the cloak business, but was struggling and squirming and constantly racking my brains for some way of raising $100, when I would cringe with a certain East Side banker and vainly beg him to extend a small note of mine, and come away in a sickening state of despair. At this moment, as these memories were filling by me, I felt as though now there were nobody in the world who could inspire me with awe or render me a service. And yet, in all such instances, I feel a peculiar yearning for the very days when the doors of that restaurant were closed to me, and when the Canal Street merchant was a magnate of commerce in my estimation. Somehow, encounters of this kind leave me dejected. The gloomiest past is dearer than the brightest present. In my case, there seems to be a special reason for feeling this way. My sense of triumph is coupled with a brooding sense of emptiness and insignificance, of my lack of anything like a great deep interest. I am lonely. Amid the pandemonium of my 600 sewing machines and the jingle of gold which they pour into my lap, I feel the deadly silence of solitude. I spend at least one evening a week at the Benders'. I am fond of their children, and I feel pleasantly at home at their house. I am a frequent caller at the Nodelmans', and enjoy their hospitality even more than that of the Benders'. I go to the opera, to the theaters, and to concerts, and never alone. There are merry suppers and some orgies in which I take part, but when I go home I suffer a gnawing aftermath of loneliness and desolation. I have a fine summer home, with servants, automobiles, and horses. I share it with the Bender family, and we often have visitors from the city, but no matter how large and gay the crowd may be, the country makes me sad. I know bachelors who are thoroughly reconciled to their solitude and even enjoy it. I am not. No, I am not happy. In the city I occupy a luxurious suite of rooms in a high class hotel and keep an excellent chauffeur and valet. I give myself every comfort that money can buy. But there is one thing which I crave and which money cannot buy: happiness. Many a pretty girl is setting her cap at me, but I know that it is only my dollars they want to marry. Nor do I care for any of them, while the woman to whom my heart is calling, Anna, is married to another man. I dream of marrying some day. I dread to think of dying a lonely man. Sometimes I have a spell of morbid amativeness, and seem to be falling in love with woman after woman. There are periods when I can scarcely pass a woman in the street without scanning her face and figure. When I see the crowds returning from work in the cloak and waist district, I often pause to watch the groups of girls as they walk apart from the men. Their keeping together as if they formed a separate world full of its own interests and secrets makes a peculiar appeal to me. Once, in Florida, I thought I was falling in love with a rich Jewish girl whose face had a bashful expression of a peculiar type. There are different sorts of bashfulness. This girl had the bashfulness of sin, as I put it to myself. She looked as if her mind harbored illicit thoughts which she was trying to conceal. Her blushes seemed to be full of sex, and her eyes full of secrets. She was not a pretty girl at all, but her guilty look disturbed me as long as we were stopping in the same place. But through all these ephemeral infatuations and interests, I am in love with Anna. From time to time I decide to make a sensible marriage, and study this woman or that as a possible candidate, but so far nothing has come of it. There was one woman whom I might have married if she had not been a Gentile, one of the very few who lived in the family hotel in which I had my apartments. At first I set her down for an adventuress, seeking the acquaintance of rich Jews for some sinister purpose. But I was mistaken. She was a woman of high character. Moreover, she and her aged mother, with whom she lived, had settled in that hotel long before it came to be patronized by our people. She was a widow of over 40, with a good intellectual face, well read in the better sense of the term, and no fool. Many of our people in the hotel danced attendance upon her because she was a Gentile woman, but all of them were really fond of her. The great point was that she seemed to have a sincere liking for our people. This and the peculiar way her shoulders would shake when she laughed was, in fact, what first drew me to her. We grew chummy, and I spent many an hour in her company. In my soliloquies, I often speculated and theorized on the question of proposing to her. I saw clearly that it would be a mistake. It was not the faith of my fathers that went in the way. It was that medieval prejudice against our people which makes so many marriages between Jew and Gentile a failure. It frightened me. One evening we sat chatting in the bright lobby of the hotel discussing human nature, and she telling me something of the good novels she had read. After a brief pause I said, "I enjoy these talks immensely. I don't think there is another person with whom I so love to talk of human beings." She bowed with a smile that shone of something more than mere appreciation of the compliment. And then I uttered in the simplest possible accents, "It's really a pity that there is the chasm of race between us. Otherwise I don't see why we couldn't be happy together." I was in an adventurous mood and ready, even eager to marry her. But her answer was a laugh, as if she took it for a joke, and, though I seemed to sense intimacy and encouragement in that laugh, it gave me pause. I felt on the brink of a fatal blunder, and I escaped before it was too late. But then I hastened to add, "Real happiness in a case like this is perhaps not the rule, but the exception. That chasm continues to yawn throughout the couple's married life, I suppose." "That's an interesting point of view," she said, a noncommittal smile on her lips. She tactfully forbore to take up the discussion, and I soon dropped the subject. We remained friends. It was this woman who got me interested in good modern fiction. The books she selected for me interested me greatly. Then it was that the remarks I had heard from Moise Tevkin came to my mind. They were illuminating. "Most of the people at my hotel are German American Jews. I know other Jews of this class. I contribute to the charity institutions. Though an atheist, I belong to one of their synagogues. Nor can I plead the special feeling which had partly accounted for my visits at the synagogue of the Sons of Antomir while I was engaged to Kaplan's daughter. I am a member of that synagogue chiefly because it's a fashionable synagogue. I often convict myself of currying favor with the German Jews. But then German American Jews curry favor with Portuguese American Jews, just as we all curry favor with Gentiles, and as American Gentiles curry favor with the aristocracy of Europe. I often long for a heart-to-heart talk with some of the people of my birthplace. I have tried to revive my old friendships with some of them, but they are mostly poor, and my prosperity stands between us in many ways. Sometimes, when I am alone in my beautiful apartments, brooding over these things and nursing my loneliness, I say to myself, there are cases when success is a tragedy. There are moments when I regret my whole career, when my very success seems to be a mistake. I think that I was born for a life of intellectual interest. I was certainly brought up for one. The day when that accident turned my mind from college to business seems to be the most unfortunate day in my life. I think that I should be much happier as a scientist or writer, perhaps. I should then be in my natural element, and if I were doomed to loneliness, I should have comforts to which I am now a stranger. That's the way I feel every time I pass the abandoned old building of the city college. The business world contains plenty of successful men who have no brains. Why then should I ascribe my triumph to special ability? I should probably have made a much better college professor than a cloak manufacturer, and should probably be a happier man, too. I know people who have made much more money than I, and whom I consider my inferiors in every respect. Many of our immigrants have distinguished themselves in science, music, or art, and these I envy far more than I do a billionaire. As an example of the successes achieved by Russian Jews in America in the last quarter of a century, it's often pointed out that the man who has built the greatest skyscrapers in the country, including the Woolworth Building, is a Russian Jew who came here a penniless boy. I cannot boast such distinction, but then I have helped build one of the great industries of the United States, and this also is something to be proud of. But I should readily change places with the Russian Jew, a former Talmud student like myself, who is the greatest physiologist in the New World, or with the Russian Jew who holds the foremost place among American songwriters, and whose soulful compositions are sung in almost every English-speaking house in the world. I love music to madness. I yearn for the world of great singers, violinists, pianists. Several of the greatest of them are of my race and country, and I have met them. But all my acquaintance with them has brought me is a sense of being looked down upon as a money bag striving to play the Mæcenas. I had a similar experience with a sculptor, also one of our immigrants, an East Side boy, who had met with sensational success in Paris and London. I had him make my bust. His demeanor to me was all that could have been desired. We even cracked Yiddish jokes together, and he hummed bits of synagogue music over his work, but I never left his studio without feeling cheap and wretched. When I think of these things, when I am in this sort of mood, I pity myself for a victim of circumstances. At the height of my business success, I feel that if I had my life to live over again, I should never think of a business career. I don't seem to be able to get accustomed to my luxurious life. I am always more or less conscious of my good clothes, of the high quality of my office furniture, of the power I wield over the men in my pay. As I have said in another connection, I still have a lurking fear of restaurant waiters. I can never forget the days of my misery. I cannot escape from my old self. My past and my present do not comport well. David, the poor lad swinging over a Talmud volume at the preacher's synagogue, seems to have more in common with my inner identity than David Levinsky, the well-known cloak manufacturer. End of chapter 7 and end of the book The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN.